Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Is the next search on February 28, 2020? 7:44 p.m. How does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. A sleepy-eyed recovery addict, I might say. I debated telling you this. I'll tell you in just a minute. Don't let me forget. I have something to tell you that I might regret. Good morning, Angelique. Angelique, first in chat this morning. Angelique, you beat everybody else. Congratulations with your first little hi in chat there. You broke the silence of the morning, the stillness of the chat room. You broke the law. And it's a stupid law, but you broke it. And there's no juror nullification. Don't give any talk about that. As a penalty for you breaking the law and speaking in chat before anyone else, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership and require you to fix everything internet-related worldwide. So we're going to go ahead and do that, and we're also going to add that to your permanent sentence. If you would like, if you'd like a copy of your permanent record in the form of a celebratory certificate, celebratory, not celibate, celebratory certificate, then you're welcome to pay the fine, and I think it's for the low fine of 50 cents. You can download one from the merch page. Congratulations, Angelique. I believe that is a first win for you. It's always a good day. Always a good day. Let me tell you a little something. I woke up last night at 2:48 in the morning. 2:48, which is early for me. I woke up and I had a little anxiety or something. I'm like, what, man? But I woke up and I remembered what I had dreamed. And sometimes you wake up and like just for a second it's there. And so I'm like, hey, my dream's like crystal clear in this very moment. And I know that an hour from now, it will be gone, or 2 minutes from now, it'll be gone. So I grab my phone and I start writing down my dream. Okay, I just start jotting it down in, it's called Dream. It's all here on the. So I dreamed that I was reliving high school, but through the eyes of Jim Morrison. Well, Jim Morrison's friend, and it was the craziest thing because I know the Doors. I don't know them, but the band and everything. But it was weird, and there was like this aha moment. I won't go into the detail because the dream was a little crazy and it doesn't make sense. But there was this aha moment that was just like, wow, now I understand. And I wrote it all down here in text during the middle of the night, and then I reread it this morning, and I think I felt then what my druggy friends felt like when they were high and were explaining something really stupid, but in a really deep way, and they're thinking that they've solved the problem that will win them the Nobel Peace Prize, and I'm like, dude, you're an idiot. So that's how I felt when I woke up. Anyway, so I relived high school as Jim Morrison's friend, and so if you guys need some material for your book or something, I can remember the dream now because I wrote it all down. Anyway, that was neither here nor there. That's probably something better saved for the podcast, which we had last night. Which was a blast. If you guys missed that, catch it on the replay. It was a lot of fun with Thomas. We have a special guest next week on the podcast, a brand new face on YouTube. A retired principal is coming on next week on Thursday at 8 p.m. And he has a YouTube channel where he's telling some of the stories of just the craziness that's happened in the principal's office. And so he's got this channel called Tales of the Principal's Office. It's hilarious. It's funny. I can't wait. He's a friend of Thomas's. He ran into him down nearby. I think they live in the same community. And we're excited for that. So that's coming up next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. Sorry about, telling you my crazy dreams. I'm pretty sure you guys are all going to send me like a bill for counseling or something. But all right, neither here nor there. We have a couple things to get going because this morning is going to be so incredible. It's going to be so good. We have continuing coverage of, let's see, it's Sarah. Sarah's on the stand when court starts again, and she goes straight in with cross. So we had direct already. We go straight to cross. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be crazy. Oh my goodness! If you did not catch, let's see. Look at some of the comments about the doors. Oh yeah. Anyway, it's going to be good. Hang on. Let me do this. I'm brilliant. I have a job interview at 3:30. Fingers crossed it will be good and quick so I can come back. I hope it's good. Like, I hope it's a good outcome for you, Ivy. I imagine you're not going to the job interview unless you want it. So I'm going to just make the assumption. And don't forget, you can list all of us as references because we've all got your back, Ivy. We know what a good person you are. So go ahead and just jot us all down and maybe throw the burner number on there as a reference as well. And we'll, as long as we can do it live on the air, we'll give you a good referral. So I wouldn't recommend that, honestly. Just that was a joke. And I would give you a good referral, but not on the air. Well, on the air I would too. Let's just say don't put the burner phone number down on your job applications. All right. Gossip Rumor and Innuendo says, was Recovery Addict high last night? Too much melatonin or something? No. Actually, last night I probably had too much dinner, but I was so hungry. And I had those 2 chicken strips that I ate like during the podcast. And then my son had made a big pot of white rice in the Insta pot. And there was a lot left over. So I took way more than my helpings worth. And I did a cheese and broccoli soup mixed with rice, which I ate the whole thing, and it was delicious. All right. Buffer, it is time for birthdays this morning. We can't forget that. Carrie Bear, Julie Kaylee, Crystal Blue, Jess, 21st birthday, big 21st. Happy adulthood, Jess, and Jake all have birthdays today, so we're going to go ahead and sing to them. And by we, I mean all of us. The fact that you're here, all 925 of you, mean that you are basically here for choir practice. And it's the performance now, 951. Don't forget those people. So we are going to perform and sing the song now that we've been practicing all life long. It's the birthday song. You know the words, you know the music. So go ahead and join with me as we celebrate these wonderful individuals on their birthday. Warm up with me, please. La, 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 la. Here we go. Please line up by parts, shoulders back, deep breaths, and project your voices to the back of the room. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Carrie Bear, Julie, Kaylee, Crystal Blue, and Jess and Jake. Happy birthday to you. I threw an extra "and" in there, and it threw me off. But Carrie Bear, Julie, Kaylee, Crystal Blue, Jess, and Jake all having birthdays today. Happy birthday. That is just wonderful. Oh, Carol C. Do we throw Carol C in there as well? Happy birthday, Carol C. Happy birthday to you. Yes, we need a happy birthday for Carol C. as well. Anybody else that needs to be named while the music is still playing? Yeah, no mouthing the words, people. We know when you do that. Safety briefing. Don't overextend your diaphragm. Now you tell me, readers. Now you tell me. All right, it's a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day to have a birthday to all those who are celebrating today or even this weekend. I realize there are many places you could be and with many people who would celebrate with you. Probably millions of people, I'm thinking. But no, you have chosen to be here with us, and that's not lost on me. Thank you so much. We hope we can make your special day a little bit specialer, if that's a word. All right, as the echoes of the birthday song slowly die out around the world, as some of you are a couple seconds behind on the live stream, we'll go ahead and fade out. And wow, happy Friday! Happy Friday! It's always great to have a birthday on a Friday. That's like 2 birthdays in one. All right, I think I need something for my headache. Wow. Okay, we'll get that in just a minute. All right, where are we? We have a few things that
the apocalypse may be upon us.
It may be upon us. It's been crazy. Where's camera 7 gone? Okay. That's not it. I lost. You know what? I have it on my. I put it on my switcher so you guys can see what's up. Let's see. We have a little bit from. Let's see. Let's put it on this one. Media player 1. There we go. We want to show you this, and I'm going to put it on the full screen so you can see, because it's always hard to see on the small thing. It's just too small. Update on our Rust movie trial Armor Edition thumbnail. This is where we are. Unfortunately, I can't use a mouse when this screen is showing for some reason. But starting sort of in the top left-hand corner, underneath the Rust movie title, we have the Spanish flag, because Spain's been mentioned now not once but twice as being a source for dummy rounds that just look like they look too real. There's nothing to indicate they're a dummy round, including no shakers inside. We have the broken hammer. We know what the hammer was for. Rooster is telling us that it's morning. I think that's why we have the rooster on the top of the makeshift church. Down at the bottom by the door, we have Red Bull, which has been featured a couple times. A little baggie of snow hidden there behind the log, which is also supporting the TV cam, or the movie industry camera. Off to the left of the log, we have the armorer's cart, which has both the dummy and the armor. A little bit of silver bars as well, because we had some silver primers in there. In back of the cart, we have up on the butte, or the butt, depending on how you pronounce it, a butt pocket, a butte pocket, where clearly Hot Pockets ammo is stored in the pocket as well. And in front of the cart, we have a Hatch green chili pepper, indicating that we are indeed in New Mexico, home of the Hatch green chili pepper. Now left of the church in front, that dark figure on a horse looks like a skeleton, maybe dead. It looks like it's Alec Baldwin playing dead, because he was mentioned by the behind-the-scenes cameraman as doing just that and not really being in control of the scene, because he was playing dead at the time. Behind the horse and on the ground, sort of in the background a little bit, we have a kitty holding a stick, a pointer stick, pointing at the Rust Mart sign, firmly in the grip of the gorilla. The gorilla is holding up the sign. That's all we're going to talk about there. Both of the cat and the gorilla are standing at the entrance to the long road that the jury has to take back to the jury room, which also happens to lead to the outhouse back there. And if you go a little bit further, there is, yes, indeed, back at home base, a tax shelter, which is there. To the right of that, down at the bottom, we have a tumbleweed, also signifying that this was indeed in the desert, and it was windy as all get out. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. The chain of custody is laying there through the entrance. You can see that the entrance is taped off with crime scene, do not cross, because the whole crime scene was taped off. The arch on the sign says Bonanza. On the bottom, on the right-hand side, there's a bottle of ranch, meaning it is, in fact, Bonanza Creek Ranch. We'd never put the creek in there, but I just remember that. On top of the sign on the right-hand side, we have an owl with its head turned all the way around backwards, because we have an officer who was able to do just that while observing the firearms cart being brought out to him. The owl is wearing the prosecutor's glasses. I did notice yesterday she had a different pair of glasses. I'm not sure if she threw the one when she was so animated the day before. Up above the owl, high in the air, comes in. Is it a bird? It's a plane. No, it is a helicopter. It's a medical helicopter landing. It is dragging a banner. The banner carries none other but George, our bailiff from the courtroom. He's basically everywhere you need him. George is there. Down on the ground, bottom right-hand corner, next to the bottle of ranch, we have a witness population sign of 200. No, 199. It changed because one of the witnesses left. And also down the bottom right-hand corner, we have Miss Pickle fleeing the scene. Production manager, production day-to-day manager, I guess you could say, fleeing the scene. And she's wearing some sort of a belt pack or a belt pocket. She has a fanny pack, guys. I don't know what else to call it, but clearly, I think that covers everything in the scene. Is there anything I missed or anything that should be there? I don't recall anything else that needs to be there. All right, couple other things. This morning we had a few things happen in the world of anniversaries of membership. Millie Vicino, welcome to the gallery. Blue Courthouse, that's your second month at least. Dodie Sweeney, welcome to the gallery as well. Dawn hit the member for 9 months. Mark says, love being an addict. Thank you, Dawn. Appreciate you being here. BGOG, I love that. Thanks for sharing RA with a jar of none other than spicy maple bourbon pickles, which the OGs know what those are. And I will tell you as well, they're available at Walmart for the low price of like $3.84 per bottle, and they will change your life. They are great pickles. As good as the flat iron pepper flakes are that we talked about the other day. Spicy maple bourbon pickles, la creme de la creme. It is the top. It is the top. Angie Carter, also a member for 5 months. Thank you very much, Angie. Appreciate your support. Now let's see what everyone else has been talking about while I've been looking at the screen and not paying attention. Okay, they're called bum bags everywhere except for the U.S. Everywhere except for the U.S. About the outhouse, wish the kitty was holding a cell phone rather than a stick. She's using the stick like a cane. I couldn't put a firearm on there, but let's see. We're rapidly approaching the end of the court, so our picture is nearing completion. We're just basically adding the final touches. I don't know what else is going to be added. At the end of the trial, can we add the final tally of the Alec Baldwin counter? That is actually a great idea, Red Pen. I think we should probably go back and add that to the final Maya one as well, with the objection counters, or what did we count during Maya? Was it objections? No, it was. I don't remember. I don't remember what we counted. To have the memory of goldfish. You'll have to remind me. Walmart is wondering why in the last year they can't keep spicy maple bourbon pickles in stock. Yes, and in the same year, they discontinued the sister companion product of habanero mango pickles, which sits right on the shelf next to it. And they're like, those aren't selling worth anything. Nobody is eating them. We need the space for the spicy maple bourbon pickles. Oh, man. Kaylee May. Maple bourbon spicy pickles or Hatch chili pepper spice? Only one. Ooh. You drive a hard bargain. I don't know. I'm not ready to commit one way or the other. I'm going to have to keep testing them back and forth until I can decide. We need something representing the armorer from yesterday who was a shining star. He was incredible. Really good. Delilah says, what pickle? What is the name? Love me some pickles. If you're in the United States and you have a Walmart nearby, most Walmarts on the top shelf in the pickle aisle have a spicy maple bourbon pickle, and it's a Sam's Choice brand, which is Walmart's own brand. I don't know who actually makes them, and if somebody could figure this out for me, man, the actual manufacturer, because it's not Walmart. I know this because Food Lion sells the exact same pickles in the exact same jars with the exact same lid patterns. It's the same pickle. And I know Walmart doesn't make pickles for Food Lion. So there's somebody out there making spicy maple bourbon pickles for Walmart and Food Lion. And I'd love to know who it is. And so we could cut Walmart out completely because they're not going to sponsor us. They just have zero interest in that. Pelican box for the armor. Love me a good Pelican box. I have one for my Roadcaster, and it's good. All right, have you tried the dill pepper I sent you the link for? No, I remember seeing the link, but I have no memory right now. I feel like a producer to the Rust program being asked a question on cross-examination. I have no recollection of that, Angela. I have no recollection at this moment of anything you're talking about. But I remember you sent it to me. I have not tried it yet. But did we even ask Walmart? No, we didn't. I don't know who to ask. Everyone's gone. I go there and there's just like robots where you have to scan your own food. It's like a ghost town in Walmart. All right, we have about an hour to talk about all the goodness that is happening in court and general Friday chatter, because Friday is just a little bit loose, that way. We're all gearing up to the weekend. I'd love to know what your plans are for the weekend as we're getting ready as well. So feel free to type those in chat. Corn Dog, thanks for the great sound and coverage. Thank you for your 10 months of support, Corn Dog. Wouldn't be the same without you, by the way. Appreciate that. Let's see, Angie, did we get you already?
Are you going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
That's a good topic. We should probably talk about that. Angie, appreciate your support for 5 months as well. I'm still thinking about the meaning of being Jim Morrison's friend in high school. Even though the years don't match up with my own lifespan. I think he was alive long before me. Ooh, Greeners. Are you telling me the truth? Are you telling me that the pickles that I know and love are manufactured in my own home state? Where? First of all, how did you find this so fast? Because I've been searching for over a year. And second of all, are you pulling my leg? DZA Brands. No, Food Lion. That's the Food Lion. That's the trademark for Food Lion. So that's going to be the middleman on the Food Lion side, whereas Sam's Choice is the middleman for the Walmart side. Corn Dog gifted a membership this morning. Thank you, my friend, for your generosity. You just made Lucy P's day. Lucy, congratulations. Thank you, Corn Dog, for that. Keep digging, Greeners. You're on something good. Don't stop there. Rachel says, going to watch my son compete at state powerlifting this weekend for the last time since he's a senior. Awesome. I never was a powerlifter. As a matter of fact, when I was in high school, I couldn't even walk down the weight room road. Nobody except for people who could lift the weights in the weight room could walk down that hallway. I had to walk all the way around, even if it made me late to class. It was an unwritten rule in my high school. You don't walk by the weight room. It's like a rite of passage. And I had about the same muscle mass that I have right now, which made it not possible for me to go down that road. What's the calorie count for spicy maple burp and pickles? It's like 1, I think. It's like 1 or something close to that. All right, I think my kid's driving a remote control car back and forth in the house.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
It may be. Megan says, never felt so good to be green. Thank you, Megan. Love having you here as well. Pants or no pants? It's a no pants Friday for sure. It's currently winter in North Texas right now with spring by lunch and fall by dinner. And you got fires, Courtney. You got fires up there in northern Texas. We talked about that during the podcast as well. Everybody, please stay safe down there. That is dangerous, terrible. Hope that weather cooperates and puts those out soon. Zimmy from the bus stop says I'm going to do some bird photography with my A9 and a Sigma 1500 to 600. That's a nice zoom. That you can reach out and touch something with that zoom. That's beautiful. The only problem I have with those zooms is they just don't suck in light like my f1.4 16 millimeter that I'm using right here. This is my favorite lens ever. It's a prime lens, but man, I love it. All right, 30 calories per pickles per 30 calories per 3.5 pickles, says Sophia. But I think actually eating the pickle because of the crunch burns all those off. I think it's like a net zero game. Some zero game when you eat pickles. Janice says, I'm watching from the hospital. Janice, I hope if you're in for yourself, I hope you get feeling better and get out soon. If you're in for somebody else, I hope they get feeling better. Thank you for taking us with you, and hopefully we can make some of those longer wait times that tend to go with hospitals go a little faster for you. Babs Austin says, half a year I've spent with you all. Hugs. Babs, we're friends. That's why. Thank you. 6 months. It's wonderful. Look at that yellow courthouse. It looks great on you. Thank you. All right. Seth Kenny is key to this, I think. Pale Rogue. I'm leaning more and more, actually, the other direction on Seth Kenny. I realize he was the supplier. He supplied the firearms. He supplied some dummy rounds. But I'm leaning less and less from it. And the longer I go from it, the more I look at Mr. Halls and say, I'm not buying what he was selling on the stand. I think that Mr. Halls was acting on the stand, and in almost in every way. So initially I gave him quite a bit of leeway there, but it doesn't sit well with me. My spidey sense was tingling. Yes, he's sus, as Zimmy says. He's a little sus in the terminology of what's that game? The little spaceship game where you're crewmates and not crewmates. Can't remember that. Let's see. Someone's going to remind me. Among Us. That's the game. Thank you, Mandy. Among Us. We should do like a group Among Us. Is that something we could do together? How many players can you have together? Can you have like 2,000? We do like maybe like 1,500 of your closest friends playing Among Us.
I'm not a cat.
With Discord chat going in the background so we could all talk. That would be fun. For some reason, that's a fun family game to play. You know, when you're all sitting around the dinner table and you're supposed to be talking to each other, instead everyone has their devices out and it's like you call out Among Us. Here's the code: 3, 2, 1, go. That's a fun thing to do. That's the thing about actors. They act. But Dave Halt, he wasn't an actor, was he? I mean, he's been around them his whole life, but the most we heard from him is like he filled in for a stunt double just in a pinch because he's roughly, what was his words? Roughly ruggedly handsome, like the main, like Alec Baldwin or something like that. I think he said roughly the same size. He didn't say ruggedly handsome. It's so happy it's the weekend. I'm flying high, Brenda. I'm not high. Let's make that clear. I'm not. But anyway, what trial are we watching next? Oh, Britt Bottoms. Thank you for mentioning that. Just the other thing I needed to mention, after I wrote down all the details of my Jim Morrison high school dream, I was wide awake then, and I said, well, since I'm up, I might as well start filing some FOIA requests and start submitting some media applications for a couple different courts that are coming up. So I got 2 of those filed this morning, doing all the research for them. I got those off, and of course I can't really announce anything until they tell us yes or no. But so we got a little bit of work done in the morning, early morning, which was great. I'm hoping that I didn't accidentally include some of my Jim Morrison dream dialogue in my application for media, or else I'm pretty sure it's going to get rejected. You will get tired around 2 p.m. Lois, I don't think it's going to take that long. Of all days that I might fall asleep, today is high on that list. It's high on the chance of that happening. But Miss Sarah's testimony yesterday, Cheryl, her testimony was, how do I put this? In my opinion, believable. It was very believable. It was also painful as it's painfully obvious that she didn't know what she was doing, specifically, I'm talking about armory. I think she's great with props. I think she understands that of being around the industry and understanding what's happening. Even though she also is fairly new to the movie industry, I think she's a quick learner, but guns were not her thing, and she didn't understand. And it was no more obvious than the time when she said that she was taught for just a couple minutes with a single action revolver that to load the gun or to unload the gun, you pull the trigger and the hammer at the same time. And it might be a small detail. It might be a small detail, but no, you don't have to pull the trigger and the hammer both at the same time to get it to the half cock position. You just pull the hammer. You only touch the trigger when you want to destroy something, or after you've held the hammer and firmly have it in your thumb and you need to decock it gently. And that's a very, very, that's something you do very, very deliberately and carefully and with much barrel awareness and a safety zone and understanding and full focus. It's not something you just, do as you're reholstering the gun or something. So, yeah, it's going to be, I might have to DoorDash something. What did you do in the middle of the night? Yes. I woke up at 3, like 2:48 or something like that. It was way, way early, too early. And then I stayed awake until my alarm went off in the morning, then I went back to bed. And thus we have me now. What's wrong with Diet Mountain Dew? It doesn't taste the same. I'll tell you that. Maybe it's the lack of sugar. All right. For sure, Sarah was out of her league, and wow, okay, you're the armorer now was disturbing. This whole set, oh my goodness, the corners that were cut, they trimmed this thing down to the bare minimum, and then on top of that, hearing the pressure from the videos we watched with Alec Baldwin, sort of driving, slave master, get to work, peons, faster, and I understand from the actor's perspective. He's like, I'm in the zone. I've got the idea of what needs to happen in the scene locked in my head. Don't wait forever or I'll lose it. Okay, it's like the fleeting dream. Okay, and he's like, come on, places, get re-rack. Let's go back in our positions. I'm ready. I can see that from the actor's perspective, but from a safety perspective, that's why they don't make that call. All right, Lily Wayne says, I love Diet Mountain Dew. I've never tried it, I have to admit, at least not intentionally. I'm scared it will not taste as good as the real stuff. Okay, this movie seems doomed from the beginning. When is it going to be released, or has it been? Does anyone know? Has anyone actually gone to all the effort of typed in IMDb Rust to see if it's actually got a release date? Adriela Hillis says, I'm a Spark delivery driver. I delivered a couple jars of pickles once. That's excellent. That's excellent. Clearly a good person. You might want to just knock on the door and hang out with them sometime. It can't be bad if they're buying large jars of pickles. All right. Microplastics will take us out before Yellow 5 and Diet Sodas will. Oh, man. And the fish. All the fish in the ocean, too. That's the microplastics are terrible in them. Please answer, since nobody else is answering. Is Mr. Hall the guy who is suing? No. Well, let me qualify that. I don't know if Mr. Hall has a lawsuit. I doubt he does because he's most likely going to be named or has a high likelihood of being named in a lawsuit. The gentleman who is suing is Ross. He's the assistant, the camera dude, the guy who he has the cameraman's back, and he was there in the room when it happened. Ross was the spicy testimony on cross as well. Mr. Halls was the one who took a plea. He pled no contest and took a plea deal, which was 6 months of probation unsupervised, which basically is we're going to write down on paper that you're being punished, but really nothing happens, right? So as long as you don't come back to the police station in handcuffs having committed a felony, it's all good after 6 months. So it's most like the lightest sentence you can possibly get. Now, granted, it's a misdemeanor, but it's a very, very light penalty, and like a $500 fine too. He did retire though, and it sounds like he retired after this incident. Ross was the dolly grip. That's it. That's him. He was the dolly grip. Ross was the Walter White guy with the goatee. Everyone disliked Mr. Halls, but I didn't have strong feelings about him.
Camel.
Kat, I really thought his emotion seemed real, and I believe it was. I believe his emotion was real because what he went through was very traumatic. I don't think he was faking any of that, but I believe the words that he was using and the story he was weaving with his actions and emotions, which sometimes seemed a little deliberate, wasn't genuine in how I felt them. He was Alex's body double, yes, because they're spitting image. They're like doppelmayers, brother from a different mother.
Have them send someone with more experience.
It's heartbreaking seeing Helena working on the set in the videos prior to the incident. It is, and we had who was it that was the gentleman, the grip that was on the other day that took Helena, drove her back to the set in his personal truck. And dropped her off, and then that was the last time he saw her. And his voice, as well as he's describing that, was just that was tough. Welsh lady, hi Scott and chat. I just want to wish you all a happy St. David's Day, our holiday. Our holiday is Didgwyl Dwy Sant. I think I nailed that first time. Didgwyl Dwy Sant is how it's said. It's how the Welsh pronounce it. Spoken as Dithgwyl Dewi Hepus. I think that's what I said the first time, Welsh lady. Dithgwyl Dewi Hepus. Man, thank you for the great content in the Fab community. We appreciate you. Welsh lady, thank you very much. Welsh lady has a YouTube channel as well called Welsh Lady Reads, where she uses her amazing Welsh accent and reads to us things. I think I owe you one of Sarah Boone's letters, because you wanted to read one of her letters on your channel. I might point them out to where you can find them yourself, because there may be a new one soon. Quick, we've got time, so let me check really quickly to see if there's another one out of, well, that's Sarasota, that's the wrong one. It's Canva, that's not it. Where's Orange County? No, that's not it. That's my tax records. Coburger. All right, we'll just open a new tab because 200 is not enough. So, Orange County court records in Florida, of course, not anywhere else. Record search for Sarah Boone. I'm not a robot. 2020 CF 002603. Nothing yet. authorization for costs of, this is new. Let's see, we had a couple things that were posted on 2 days ago. We've got order on motion granted for authorization to incur costs to obtain copies of transcripts of depositions for state witnesses. Okay, that's an easy one. We've got order on the motion granted authorization to incur costs to obtain transcripts of depositions of state witnesses. Again, another authorization granted for authorization to incur costs to obtain transcripts of state witnesses for the third time. So it's in there 3 times. And then the last one, which is new, order on motion for authorization for costs for psychologists. Let me just see if that was granted or not. Let's put this up on the screen so you guys can see this. This is the Sarah Boone trial. Well, on second thought, let me move some things around. Okay, free up a virtual screen there. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Order on the motion. This is for authorization of costs for a psychologist in the Sarah Boone trial, which is coming up soon. This cause having come to be heard before the Honorable Michael Kranick, Circuit Judge in and for Orange County, Florida, pursuant to the defendant's motion for authorization for costs for psychologist, and the court having been advised in the premises, it is hereby ordered in the judge that defendant's motion for authorization for costs for a psychologist be, and the same is hereby granted. And Patricia A. Cashman, Esquire, is hereby authorized to incur reasonable costs for psychologist services by individuals with expertise in battered woman syndrome for evaluation of the defendant, not to exceed 15 hours at the rate of $200 per hour, totaling no more than $3,000. Only $3,000. This is an expert for $3,000 is no expert at all. Who is going to do that? Done and ordered in chambers at Orange County, Florida, and certified by the judicial assistant. $3,000. First of all, $200. We talked about the firearms witness in the Rust case, and he was working for $350. We thought, what a steal! What a steal! And now we have a psychologist working for what, $300 an hour, and no more than 10 hours of work, or $200 no more than 15 hours of work. Wow. That's not, I don't think that's what they want. I'm not sure if they can get who they want for that. Liz G, that was just, we were checking out the Sarah Boone trials. We're getting ready for court to start here in about 45 minutes with the Rust case. Let's see, where are we here? There. Hey, that was me big. Okay. Turn that off, reset that. Let's see, we have a counter. Let me make sure that's up. We're up to 338 on the Alex Baldwin counter, so that's good and ready to go. We're up much higher on the J Hatch interest counter. With over the weekend we're going to hit 2. Lots of 2s over the weekend. I challenge you. to get a screenshot of all the 2s. Of all the 2s when it happens. No cheating. I'll know if you cheated. Okay, we have a call coming in. Let's see who that is. And now, hello?
Call from Bree. To accept, press 1.
Hello, Bree. Sorry, I had some trouble picking up the phone there for some reason. How are you doing?
You're fine. No worries. My phone was acting silly yesterday. No, good. And you?
Excellent. It's Friday.
So I sent you some screenshots on Twitter so that I pulled the IMDb for Rust.
Okay.
It looks like they're probably not going to finish filming until thing is with Alec is resolved, because it talks about a settlement. Somebody's taken over executive producer, and they said on January 19th they were, Alec was charged with involuntary manslaughter, putting his further involvement in the project into question. On April 20th, the film resumed production after charges against him were dropped. So it sounds like probably since charges came back and now he's going to court, that's probably why the movie's not done yet.
I think they said that they finished filming it yesterday. The producer on the stand said they were finished, but I just don't know if it's been released or if it's still like in
I don't show a release date on IMDb at all. I don't show a release date, but on IMDb on additional cast and crew, Hannah is still listed as the armor.
Wow, that's brutal.
So
I honestly I don't know how they can release it with that. If she gets convicted, I don't know how they can release it like that.
Maybe they don't. I don't know, but yeah, because it doesn't show a release date. There's a when you go to IMDb, there's an option for watch list, and so there's 5,000 users that have been added to the watch list for this whenever it comes out, I guess.
A few people are curious, like what's going to happen. Yeah, that's
so
interesting. It's not going to be some box office hit, but I'm sure a lot of people will be curious and say, you know, I want to see how did it end up? You know what? Now that we've seen so much of one part of the movie, how does the rest of it look? And it's probably going to be lay bad cinema. You know, it's not.
Oh, I'm sure
it's not going to be low budget. You typically don't have the stellar performances. But Kathy's like, I'll be there. I'll be there. Kathy says.
Yeah, it does. Right. They have the trivia part too, like, you know, on IMDb, and it says that this was a passion project for both Joel and Alec. And
Did you say it was a tax project or a passion project?
Yeah, it was a passion project.
Okay, I misheard you.
Shelter.
My bad. Who benefited from the tax shelter? Does anybody know?
Well, I think Alec. I think he really did. I think that's what's paying for his attorneys.
Man.
They said yesterday, Phaedra said that there was part of Alec's legal counsel was in the front watching live streams. So I wondered, but she was in the front yesterday on sitting on the side of the defense. So
yeah. So those were the two ladies that were up there in the front.
Well, no, they were sitting on the prosecution side. No, this was Phaedra said it's a dark-haired lady sitting on the side of the defense, and she's part of Alec's local attorney team.
Man, interesting. So maybe we'll maybe she'll join us in chat. We'd love to hear what they're thinking. Call the burner phone if you're on Alec's legal team. Call the burner phone. Obviously, with your client's permission, we'd love to have a chat. But yeah, are you going to have an opportunity to attend the courtroom today? Do you know?
I think if I'll be able to go after lunch. I have a couple things in this morning with work that have to happen, so I'll probably go in after lunch. That way I can leave all my electronics at home and not have to be connected.
I hate it when work gets in the way of real life. It's
right. I know.
It's such a bummer.
Get it together.
Wonderful.
And I laughed because yesterday I finalized my tickets for CrimeCon because all of the Maya, her dad, her Nick Whitney, and somebody else are going to be on the panel, so I'm excited to go hear that.
That is going to be neat. That's cool. So wonderful. Well, I haven't decided. I know it's in Tennessee, right? It's in Nashville.
It's in Nashville, yeah.
I haven't decided if I'm going or not. I did put in a request for like a free pass because they say if you're a content creator, you know, no matter what the size is, whatever, submit. I'm like, well, it's worth a shot, and so I did that. I sent it in, and since then, it's been like this.
Yeah.
I've just. Nothing. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I used their form online, but I guess they're not really interested in what I do, and that's all right. But maybe we might be able to do it. You
followed Maya for so long. Maybe Nick Whitney can just pull you a little nudge.
Can I beg a pass from Nick?
Hey. Yeah. Well, no, he'd be like, look, you know, he was a good creator that streamed this trial. We need to let him in. You know, maybe he could just talk to the right people.
I'll be like, hey, Nick, can you drop my name during the convention? can you like hold up a QR code with my channel link on it?
I'm streaming how much money your clients are getting in interest every day. So here you go.
That's funny.
Just send CrimeCon that and be like, look, I promise I'm doing stuff for this trial.
It's going to be the backdrop for the whole panel. Is just the interest ticker. It's going to be on the big screen. That's awesome. Well, Bree, wonderful. Hope you get some time in the courtroom. Have fun. Get your work done.
You guys know for
get ready for the weekend. So, thank you, Bree. Good talking to you.
Talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right, bye. I would love to go to CrimeCon. I'm thinking about it. I've always said that if we ever do a meet and greet, it's probably going to be another event like that because if I'm anything, I'm a terrible host, right? I'm very I'm very not good when it comes to hosting. I realize that is not my strong suit, and so I'm not going to pretend or try to do that and disappoint everyone. So if there ever is a meet and greet type event, it's going to be somehow connected to that or at a location. I don't know. I'm fine applying for media access and getting courtrooms and all the tech gear and stuff. But when it comes to like filing for permits for large gatherings, I'm out of my league. So maybe I might get one of the cheap seats for a CrimeCon. That would be cool. Have you checked my email about potential solution for the international calls? Angela, I did see that. You had a thing I had not recognized before. I'd never seen it before. And I need to dig into that a little bit further. What I've found so far is that my burner phone, which is the number I have to link to any other solution, any other software solution for phone calls, a lot of those solutions won't recognize a Google Voice number. So we'll try. Trial starts this morning in about half an hour, maybe 40 minutes. We've got a little bit of time to talk about whatever is on your mind this morning as we get ready for Friday, because it is Friday. The weekend's here. We've got to have a little bit of fun doing that. All right. Any more questions? Please do tag me, like by just putting my name, Recovery Addict, in there. I guess that's not my name, but that's the channel name. All right. Just have your wife make 20,000 of those homemade rolls, and you would be a perfect host. We've got a double oven. I bought her a double oven when we fixed the kitchen after our major flood that gutted our entire kitchen. We've never had a double oven before, so you can cook two things at once. Granted, each of the ovens is smaller than a normal oven, but rolls fit very well in there. You might be the most self-aware YouTube host I've ever seen. It's still, I know I'm bad. I just don't know what to do to make it better. So I'm definitely not a good host when it comes to that. All right, Lego My Brief says you weren't going, so I didn't buy tickets. Oh, I wasn't going, so you didn't buy tickets to CrimeCon. The extra wood got in there. We've got somebody on the
call from downtown Jackie Brown.
Downtown Jackie Brown. How are you doing? Good morning. Happy Friday.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
That's great. Great to hear. So I have a little perspective from a medical side of when incidents happen that I just want to throw out there.
Yeah.
My dog might growl, but he's not really vicious.
He can see us.
So my man, okay. He sits on the back of my chair as I sit here and scopes out the outside.
Oh,
but anyway, I was an OR tech for 20 plus years at a hospital.
Oh, man.
And it was a great job. I delivered babies. You know, any day you hold a baby, how bad is your day?
Yeah.
So, of course, you had your rough times if the baby didn't make it or mom didn't make it, but whatever. Yeah. So here's the thing is that when you're in the medical field, you have protocols, you have incident reports, there are things in place. So if there was an incident that happened, you automatically had to fill out an incident report. If it was a very serious incident, you would have a review meeting to see, hear, and recommend what changes need to happen. Probably, a lot like with the Maya trial, I'm sure they had meetings, although we won't go there.
Yeah.
But
we saw some of the notes from those meetings. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I was listening to, is it Dave yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
The older gentleman with the gray hair. Is that Dave or?
Oh, Ian. You talking about Ian? Long gray hair? Ian Runkle? Or are you talking? Sorry. Ian, I apologize. I'm thinking about you were doing a recap. Dave Halls.
Right. So, I was listening to him, and it just kind of brought some things into my mind that, there's protocols and lines of steps of people who you have to contact first, second, third. And I could not count my instruments unless I had an RN in the OR with me.
You need that second pair of eyes. A second pair of eyes, somebody who can vouch for it and say, yes, it was done right.
Yeah. So they sign, I sign when the surgery's over, the doctor signs, everything goes smooth, that's great. If it doesn't, then, you have to go up the chain of command. So I just feel like in a situation like this, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but, there should have been some kind of chain of command followed with guns. I mean, they're lethal.
There was so much going on where you're right. There should be those extra layers of eyeballs, and a secondary person that can vouch for and make sure certain steps were done properly. And instead, all we get as we listen to people who were on the set was, "That's not my job. No, they do. They take care of that. I don't know who does that. They were doing it wrong, but that's not my job to complain. That's not my job." It was
exactly. There's a part of me that kind of feels bad for Hannah because she obviously did not get the training. She did not get the support that she was asking for. That would be like me going into an OR, like trying to do surgery with the doctor and handing them, some irate instrument that, has nothing to do with a C-section. Yeah. And, so this girl, and then why were they shooting this scene when Hannah was not there? Whose job is it to make sure that the armor is there? Like, there's just nothing in place that crosses the T's and dots the I's for me.
Yeah.
And that's my perspective.
I will say that if the rest of the production had been running the way that we hear that it should have, right? Like from the other armors, that if they had been doing what they say, this is what happens on all the other sets, and the assistants were doing it, and the actors were, if everybody else involved had been like, hey, that's wrong, okay, whoa, be careful, where's the check there, or why are these being left out, that's not okay, I believe it would have prevented this. But honestly,
right,
that's them doing something above and beyond what is sort of like in their line of work. It honestly, it isn't their job. I wish they would have done it. They have the ability to do that. They have, to raise their hand and say, hey, objection, Your Honor. Why are we leaving guns and ammo out on the set? But really the responsibility, right, which is the reason why all these other people are not being, listed and sued is that it fell on her quite squarely.
Yeah, Dave Paul, he took responsibility, but he got a slap on the hand. And to me, Hannah's like the prosecution is like dog with a bone. All right, Hannah didn't do what she was supposed to do, but then neither did he. But he got a slap in the hand.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying, I don't place judgment other than, I just wonder. And the other thing I wanted to say was, why, maybe that was it, why, are they coming down so hard on Hannah, basically just to make her the scapegoat? And why, and there may be investigations of where did that ammo come? How did it come to be there?
I think this is one question that we all have and that will not get answered. We can speculate and come to a conclusion. I think I can tell you my gut feel is that this was a home-loaded or hand-loaded round that came from either Hannah or her stepdad's personal collection that got mixed in there. That's what I think. I don't believe that there was some boogeyman out there that was secretly stashing bullets and bandoliers and spreading out and trying to prevent this young and up and coming armorer from getting anywhere, or to sabotage the film because of, they're upset about their housing on the set as cameramen. That's very weak. It just, there doesn't seems to be any supporting collaborating evidence that would support that side. For me, I think it was an accident. I think, well, it was a preventable accident, but it was an accident.
It was a tragedy, that this had to happen for not only Helena and Joel, but for Hannah and all that were involved, because I'm sure they were all affected in different ways.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, and I don't know anything about making movies, but this sounds like it was a hot mess and an accident waiting to happen.
It was terrible that way. It was absolutely terrible. But I mean, honestly, the way if you listened yesterday to Sarah, if you missed that, Sarah, the way she testified and about how they loaded the guns, and it sounded like she was there with Hannah at the cart loading the guns, and she loaded 2, and Hannah loaded at least 1. It sounds like they were all sort of grabbing from the same pool, and so it's a possibility that there were 3 guns that had live rounds, because those live rounds that were pulled from those other 2 guns got thrown away. So there could have been 3 potential live guns with live rounds on that cart. But all right, thank you so much for the call. Great advice or great insight into that. We've got one more call trying to come in right now, so we'll give them a minute to help us out. But wonderful talking to you this morning.
It was great talking to you. You've got me so excited about what's coming up. So
I am too.
Thank you.
It's spicy cross first thing in the morning. Love it. Thank you. Have a great one.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye now.
There was a live cartridge in the belt. The belts came preloaded. Okay. Thank you for your persistence here. This is the 4th time.
Call from Kimberly.
Kimberly, you made it through. Thank you for your patience. I was just finishing up one phone call, and yours came in at the end. So thank you. What's on your mind this morning?
Hi, Scott. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
I just had a quick comment. Well, first of all, I didn't believe much of anything that Dave Hall said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was not very credible. But I was just listening to your last caller talking about being an RN or being a person in a surgery. And I guess what I'm addressing is that I do believe that the hierarchies, whether it's Alec Baldwin or whomever, were rushing and putting pressure on. And my example is I have a daughter who is a labor and delivery nurse, an RN, and she recently was in a C-section, and the doctor, because of carelessness, cut the newborn baby's foot. And there were several people in the operating room. Of course, we noticed it, and nobody wanted anybody to say, and it was very strange about not wanting to say something because it's the doctor. And so I think that happens across the board. I think it can happen in a lot of different cases where, people, and I'm not, trying to brag or anything. My daughter is very one of those. I don't care if I get fired or not. I'm not shutting my mouth. So
that's good. That's a good thing.
Right. But that's exactly what she's like, everybody was like, you're going to get in touch. She's like, I don't care. Like, this is not okay. But it seems to me that's really what happened. That one video with Alex Baldwin being like, hurry, hurry, hurry.
The reason, did you hear the reason why he said to hurry? He forgot to do the recoil. He forgot to act like the gun was kicking when it went off. It was just going bang. And it's like, I forgot the recoil. Come on. Yeah. And so it's like, I screwed up. He was sort of mad at himself, but then he takes it out on everybody else saying, rush, get this set up so we can get that right. Because I like the feel, I like the look, but I messed up.
Right. And I'm not saying that Hannah doesn't hold some responsibility. The live round did get, I believe, accidentally loaded into that weapon. But in the same token, she's young. She was inexperienced. I'm in my 50s, and I don't know if Alex Baldwin is yelling at me. I feel that's a very hard position to be put in.
She was starstruck.
I have a lot
too.
of everyone
was like, oh, it's the Alec Baldwin. The star is here.
I would have been more starstruck with Jensen Ackles, but
that's what everyone's saying. They're like, she was looking at the wrong guy. but yeah, she was.
I really appreciate your coverage, and I don't want to hold you up too much.
No problem, Melissa. Thank you very much for the call. Appreciate talking to you this morning.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
We'll see you.
Love to everyone in chat.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Lots of kudos or agrees, I guess. on the Jensen comment. We have half an hour before court's expected to start. It's always started late.
Ray.
Good morning, Ray. How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you today?
It's Friday. I'm not sleepy yet, but I will be soon. So let's use the energy we have now and take care of all the business. What's on your mind?
Hey, I hear that. I was just listening to the last caller, and there is a thought about this trial that very much frustrates me, which is this idea of Hannah's youth being the issue, or being something that kind of bails her out. And I don't think people are taking it that far. Right. But I'm also her age.
Defenses.
Yes.
So they're playing
You're
that
right.
card.
But I'm her age. I have friends who are parents. I have friends who are teachers, people in the medical industry. I work in research. Yeah. It's really hard to get with that idea.
Those are serious responsibilities.
They're all serious responsibilities, and her being 24, it's not like she was 17. Yeah. She was 24 when this happened. We don't excuse people. I mean, these are guns we're talking about. These are weapons. And if there are nurses working in healthcare all the time that are in their very early 20s, late teens, that are dealing with dangerous meds, why would we excuse it with Hannah? Like, her being young just, to me, is nowhere near an excuse, and I almost find it a little insulting as someone very close to her age.
I realize a lot of people, they hear gun and they feel something different. Maybe you're in the country, you might be over in the UK where gun ownership is just not a thing, right? Imagine this though, as far as lethality and danger goes, imagine if your pharmacist was careless. They're dealing prescriptions. They're not the ones who make the drugs themselves. They just, they read and they're like, oh, I'm supposed to do this. And they issue the wrong thing, or they decide to substitute something because, they think it won't be a problem, but the chemicals are a little different. They get the measurements wrong. It's that dangerous. They're life threatening decisions, and it requires exactness every time. There's the room for error is none.
And I've been in that position before, not in pharmacy, but I worked as a veterinary assistant. I've had a boss rushing me to fill meds. And you know what I did? I said, slow down. Yeah. Do you want me to do this right, or do you want me to do it fast?
Do you want to make the news?
I was younger than Hannah was. Right. Yeah. I know it's scary, but you still have to do it if you're taking positions that affect people's lives, pets' lives, anyone's lives. That's the job. And if you can't handle it, don't do it. I think she was just having fun. I really do. I think she just wanted to be on set, and she thought they were toys, and she didn't take them seriously. I mean, she pointed one at her own face, and everyone was taking cues from her, and that's her fault as well as production. But she has her own responsibility in this.
Yeah, what we saw in her behavior with the firearm, specifically the shotgun, where she used it like as a cane or a crutch, or a walking stick, I guess would be more accurate, was that
yes.
I think we can say that in her mind, she knew it wasn't loaded, so it wasn't dangerous. And that's not how it works. You always treat it, one of those 4 rules from Cooper's Rules is you always treat it as if it is loaded. Even if you just checked it and you've seen that it's not, you still treat it, you give it the respect. You're not just swinging it around. You treat it as if it's loaded, and she didn't, like, personally. And as the person in charge of the firearms, how was she supposed to get other people on the set to follow those same safety rules, which she trained them on so many minutes ago, to not point them at people or play around or goof off with them? I think she was more concerned with, hey, don't get rocks in the barrel because then I have to clean it, or
yes,
that seemed to be like the big thing. It's like don't shoot the blanks early because then I have to
don't make it harder for me.
That was the
and
vibe.
She said a lot of the time that she was chilling. People were chilling. She used that word. I don't think she was anywhere near as busy as she's trying to put off and say, I'm so frazzled, I'm so blah, blah, blah. She was there having a good time, except probably around Alec. I think that was the only time that she came off as stressed to me through her interview.
Yeah. And it's fun to be on a movie set. It really is. It is a blast to see behind the scenes, just to be part of the crew. I mean, to wear the shirt that says crew on the back. I've got a couple of those shirts, and it's like that was cool. That was cool. There's like a whole, there's a camaraderie, and there's a sense of this is awesome. But you can't let that supersede and take over where you have a responsibility where people's lives can be on the line.
Yes. And I will just say this one last thing. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I am from the U.S. My father was a military vet for 27 years. I never handled guns, but I know some of the basic safety stuff that she wasn't engaging in. I'm not scared of weapons. I just don't use them. And I still knew better than her. I still wouldn't be that cavalier. I learned about muzzle discipline as a kid and never touched a gun until I was an adult.
Yeah.
So it's common. Some of it's common sense, and she was not engaging in it. And I can't excuse that when people's lives are on the line. I just can't. I don't care how young you are.
Yeah. I think I'm still on the. If I had to vote as a jury member right now, I think I would vote to convict. I realize that the defense is going to present some evidence, and that might sway me the other direction. But the state has the responsibility to prove their case, and so far they've been very convincing for me. So,
yeah, it's her own words that are, I think, the major problem in those videos, and that's what the defense is going to have to get past.
Yeah. Awesome, great points, all of them. Thank you so much for the call this morning. I appreciate that. We'll talk to you.
Thank you for chatting with me.
Anytime. We'll see you. Bye. Wonderful. There was a call that came in from area code 613. If you want to try again, I know you've tried a couple times. 613 area code. We'll see if we can take that one more. There's a petition for Jensen on the thumbnail. Look, I've already given in on every other thing you guys have asked for on the thumbnail, pretty much. I need to hold the line somewhere, and turning our thumbnail into a trial daddy's calendar is where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. All right. Not 613, but we'll try it anyway. Let's see who's here.
Call from Heather Reed.
Heather, how are you doing this morning? Oh,
to accept, press 1.
You don't
to
know because you can't hear me yet.
Press
Hang on.
2.
Hang on. I'm trying, Heather. Heather, now you can hear me. How are you doing this morning?
Hey. Good. Also, I just heard about Trial Daddy calendar. We have to have it. Okay.
No, it was me saying no. That's what you heard. It was no Trial Daddy calendar.
I'm saying we have to have it. So
I'm holding the line. You can complain all you want, but I'm driving this bus, and it's not going to happen.
I'll get someone to make it. So one thing that bothers me about this, the witness we left off with, Sarah.
Yes, Sarah Zachary.
Is I feel like the only reason you would throw away those rounds after you took the guns from the other two people is that you realize that you loaded alive.
Yes, this is a great point. All the other rounds went back onto the cart. They came from the cart. They went back on the cart. Why would they disappear?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because they're live.
They literally.
I mean, why else? If they're dummies, then who cares?
Sarah might, being brand new, she's like, oh, I want them to look good. I might get all the shiny ones. They might have been, every single one of them might have been a live round in those two guns, and we won't know. We'll never know. She might know, but I don't think she'll tell. I'm not sure if she's confident. She probably has her doubts about it, but yeah, that's.
Didn't she get? I heard somewhere she got immunity or something. She fought to get immunity or something.
If she did, we're going to hear about it in Cross. They're going to go there.
I'm sure we will.
I don't know. Did she take a deal? I don't know.
She would. I don't think she got charged or anything. I think.
Then there's no deal. No charge.
I don't know if she probably was like, please, don't prosecute me. I don't know. Because I mean, that's all. She admitted to evidence tampering.
Yeah. Well, she did. She said, but then again, she was not taking the items from the gun that was used. This is from other stuff on the set. And so,
right.
Not knowing her knowledge, she would have to know it was somehow related to this to move it. And she hasn't admitted that it was related, other than she's like, I was doing my job. I was just securing the guns. And in my haste, I threw them away. which doesn't make sense because
I doubt it.
I don't think any of them were fired. Any of the dummy rounds were fired. It's not like they were broken or unusable.
Right.
It does seem like she was worried that she had live rounds and threw those away as well. And she might not know.
Right.
To this day, she might just be haunted by the fact that they may have been live rounds and I was just getting rid of them.
They could have been.
And they could have been. And what if? And she's like, I can't go back to that. She did quit the industry. She hasn't gone back.
Right. Well, she probably thinks she can't. She could have a bad reputation. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it would fall as squarely on her because she was doing this other job. But
well, she said on the stand that she turned into Hannah's assistant. So she has accepted the role as assistant armorer as well as prop master.
Oh, she accepted the role of assistant prop master on a previous set. On a previous movie, she's got on as prop master and they informed her, oh, by the way, we're also going to have you be armorer. Are you cool with that? And she's like, I guess. Seth, train me a little bit.
Right, and it feels like she did the same thing here.
I think she was comfortable. She's like, well, last time I did it, but she didn't know what she didn't know at that point. And it was, right. I mean, she's like, I'm all about the props, getting the right thing on time to the set, and really the safety thing, having not been around guns. It was,
I never even shot one.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great input. You've got some people agreeing with you out there, so you're not alone in your opinion.
Someone's agreeing with me.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the call. I've got that 613 call coming in, so we've got to take that one now. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll
okay.
See.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from
Leanne.
Leanne, you made it through. Thank you for being patient. What's on your mind this morning?
Hey, I just wanted to make a comment. First of all, thank you for covering Rust. And secondly, I've flip-flopped so many times. I know we all believe that, or most people, I should say, that she should be charged. But I know it's not popular opinion, but I think the defense is putting enough holes, in their cross-examination, that she may get off. And it's her attitude. It's just her attitude. If she doesn't get off, I think it's her attitude on the stand, or as a defense, sitting at the defense table. She just doesn't look remorseful at all.
I agree that the defense is doing such a good job that if this jury was the same jury for other members on the Rust set, that there's a good chance they'd also be convicted. I mean, they're really
1,000%.
They're proving it many times over for other people as far as negligence might go. Obviously, David Hall, but he took a plea. But it seems like there was so many people that contributed to this or could have stopped it and didn't, or maybe should have stopped it and didn't. Looking at the producers, I mean, you knew there was a discharge, and you're like, well, they'll take care of it.
Yeah. She's for sure culpable, but she's also taking the fall for the whole gamut of them. I mean, it's just wild, and I agree with you with David Hall. There's something about him. He's lying even afterwards about handing the gun to Alec himself. And there was,
I can't say he's lying because I don't know, but I will say that his story doesn't match other people's stories. And that, someone has to be either mistaken or not telling the truth. And so, for me,
it's wild.
It didn't resonate as truthful, even though that I do believe that his emotion that he showed was genuine. So.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they're all devastated. The only person that has yet to show any emotion, as far as I'm concerned, to my level of satisfaction, is Hannah herself, which is wild.
We saw a tiny bit, actually, during David Hall, a tiny bit. Hannah seemed to tear up a little bit during that, which was. It was brief. The camera wasn't on. And honestly, we don't have like a 24/7 camera on Hannah during the trial. So there may be other times that she was emotional. We just aren't aware of it. But usually the cameraman tries to catch that.
That prosecutor is going to kill it. Does she not have enough experience to know she is so not likable and so not professional? I'm just like, man, lady, get it together.
But she's good.
I don't know.
She's good. I don't know. We can.
I know there's someone else waiting. I just wanted to say thank you for. I'm one of the lunatics that emailed you crying after the Maya case because.
What do you say? One of? You mean there were others? No, just kidding.
lunatic crime, because I followed that with you, and I want to say thank you for covering that. It was so traumatic for me because my dad, as I mentioned, he was defrauded of money, and I understood what it felt like. I guess I related to her so much about not being heard and understood, and the validation she felt after the jury verdict. So I just want to say thank you for that. And
You are most
can I
welcome.
ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Thank you. The quick question on that: Did they not respond within the 15 days? Is that why the counter's still going?
It's the counter keeps going. They've put a bond up and everything. The counter keeps going. The interest does not stop till it's paid. Or
But I thought, I know that the Kowalskis submitted the judge's total tally and accepted it and signed it back. What happened with the prosecution? Did they ever respond to the?
Oh, they filed a bond amount, like a $50 million bond amount that basically says we're going to appeal, but we have to put up this money as, in case we go bankrupt or something. There's at least some money there. But the interest, the judgment amount was right here. It was the $208,451,176. That's how much the judge said is the O. But then beginning on a specific date when he hit the hammer, it goes up by $51,700 per day. And it continues going up by that amount until next January, where it will start compounding.
Okay.
And then it grows faster.
I wasn't sure if they even responded. I didn't get that update. So so they're gonna fight it instead of just paying it. Yeah. And I just thought it would be interesting. You would think there'd be a methodology to put it in a trust account, so it's there, but you can still appeal.
Yep. Well, even if they put it in a trust account, the interest goes until it's paid. So
no way.
Until the Kowalskis have the check in hand, that number is just going to grow.
Okay.
And now, honestly, between you and me and the few of us that are here in the chat room, they're not going to pay that much. They are going to settle. They're going to go to mitigation, or not mitigation, but mediation, and they're going to say, you know what, and we'll never know. Honestly, we'll never know the final number, and it could be half that. It just depends, what the lawyers feel good about. The family's not looking for squeeze every penny out of them, but they do want to say, hey, we want this punishment to be big enough that no other hospital will try to do this again with somebody else. And at the same time, we also need to cover our costs and think about.
Well, I was just going to say, it is a lot of money, but if it's, I don't know if it's taxable in the U.S. and Canadian. And then there's the attorney fees, which have got to be about 30%.
30% goes to the attorneys. Greg Anderson, he sold his house. He sold his house to fund this, to pay his employees.
I know.
And I mean, so I don't fault him for getting some money back there, because he did, out of his own pocket, put this on.
Absolutely. And there's no price you can put on a loss of life. So hopefully, hopefully they sell for a decent amount. Anyway, it's a contentious point. My daughter works in pediatrics here at the Children's Hospital.
Oh no, Thanksgiving dinners are rough when you talk about the trial. Thank you so much for the call. I've got one more coming in.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, we have
Julie Kalina.
Julie, hold on just one second. I was just going to tell you we're getting there. We have some court feed now, at least, so we can see that something is happening, but we're not quite underway. Julie, what's on your mind? What do you think about this morning?
Well, what's on my mind is something that's been rumbling around my head with some testimony and what we've learned. And by the way, thanks for covering this, and I love your streams. They're great. But Scott Kinney had done some range work with the cast of 1883, and we were told that he took the cast out and did dummies and live round fire to teach the cast what it would feel like so they could do a better job of acting with it.
Right. Now,
we know that Sarah called Seth, within, I want to say, an hour of the incident with, unfortunately, when Helena was shot. And it's really interesting because that phone call we know happened, and then we also know the search warrant served on his prop house where the ammo was stored
much later.
Was like a week later. Yeah. And he had a lot of time to go in there, but we did see something interesting in some of his prop house search warrant photos. There were empty casings.
Yeah.
Why would he keep empty casing? Maybe he was reloading, and maybe that day at the range with the other cast of 1883, he was in a rush to pack it up. They only had so much time, so he haphazardly packed up live and dummies, and then later put them away, not thinking anything of it, and they ended up in Hannah's prop cart.
Here's why I initially felt the same way, and here's why I don't feel that way now. We've learned that the live ammo was not on the set, that this was separate. This was a range visit, a trip to a shooting range. It wasn't like, hey guys, come over here on the side of, hold the cameras for a minute. Let me teach you how these guns work. It wasn't a mix and mingle thing. So it's not dummy rounds mixed with live rounds at the range. It's all live, and then everything over the set is all dummy.
That's not what I understood. I understood that Kenny was teaching the cast the difference of what a dummy's going to feel like, and then what a live round's going to feel like, and this is how you need to act when you fire the dummies. And he had that stock with him. What if he brought it back to his prop house and forgot all about it, and now here comes Russ. They need this ammo, and it's mixed. I thought the FBI did find live cartridges in the dummy box.
They found live cartridges in the dummy box on the set, not at PDQ. The live rounds they found on the set at PDQ.
PDQ had a chance to clean it out.
They had live rounds. They didn't clean out all the live rounds. They found live rounds at PDQ, but it was the 1883, and they were wad cutters, not the flat nose rounded bullets. They're different bullets. And I don't know why they would have two styles of bullets going up if that's the only place they've ever used live ammo. It seems to me he would just buy all of one kind, which is what he had.
It just bothered me.
I do see there's a possibility there that something fishy might have happened and we might never know. So there might always be a doubt about PDQ just because, the length of time that took for the search warrant to be served and the phone calls that went back and forth. But I think there's enough evidence. A lot of pieces would have to fall into place perfectly for Seth to be involved for me that I'm not seeing. But
there were just so many layers of wrong and failure, and on everybody with their nonchalant, no big deal, it's not my job kind of attitude that, and a lot of people are saying that they think that, what's his name, Hall stepped up. No, he didn't. He did a non-contest.
He stepped to the side. He dodged a bullet, and not only did he do non-contest, he also he did that so he would not have a civil liability as well. Because if he pled guilty, then a civil suit against him would be a slam dunk, and then he would.
I believe there still is something pending, at least with the aspect of production, because he's under that umbrella. So I think he's still involved in that.
I don't know how far that can drill down when you sue production. Obviously, the main people at the top who have invested money in it are probably going to be the ones that feel it. But once you start getting to staff and crew, I don't think that's going to trickle down and everyone gets a deduction from their next week's paycheck. It might be a black mark on their resume going forward, but I think beyond the civil suit, at least, is really just going to hurt a couple people at the top.
Oh yeah, there's definitely some of these cards that got punched as "do not hire." I'm sure for like ever. Yeah. But I really appreciate you taking my call. I'm going to let you go. Maybe you can sneak in another call.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep. We'll see you. Bye. We are just 3 minutes away from trial starting. So let me see if I can get a couple things. I'm going to put the phone on quiet for just a minute. Linda Denton says, "I'm orange. I love this community." Thank you so much. Thanks for the year of support, Linda. Thank you. It's been awesome. Would not be the same without you here. Thank you. All right. We have one more. This person's tried to call several times as well. I recognize the number.
Call from Kristen.
Hello, Kristen. I think you're going to be our last call of the morning because court, if they start on time, should be starting here in the next 2 minutes, or minute and a half. What's on your mind?
Please feel free to cut me off. But no. I've been thinking I would feel more on Hannah's side and more feeling for her if I felt like she was using her time wisely. I think armor jobs are a hurry up and wait situation. Mm-hmm. And if I heard testimony from Sarah that while she had downtime in between scenes or while they were shooting or something, whatever, that she was going through ammo, that she was trying to get things, if I was a juror, that would be a question that I'd ask. So for me, regardless of where the bullet actually came from, whether it was Seth, whether her father or her stepdad or her, I feel like there was probably time, and maybe it meant even on her own time, that she could have been sorting through and taking an inventory, just like that expert armor testified he did when he came on a new job.
I think that's important. The safety checks an armorer performs, even if they know, there's never a point that the armorer trusts somebody else's word. And the armorer also in training, they're telling people, don't take my word for it. And Hannah basically says she's told the same people that. And it's something she probably heard from her dad or her stepfather when he says, look, I've checked this and it's dummy loads, but don't take my word for it. Now you check it. We want that second pair of eyes. And anyone else who wants to check it and make sure. And so there's no point that an armorer should say, yeah, I got some rounds in, dummy rounds. They say dummy on them. They should be good. Just go grab them. Let's load them up. They all should be checked. Everything should be checked, especially when you're dealing with the word props is it's misleading because the props are something that the actor holds. That's the definition. Okay, the prop is something the actor holds that helps tell the story of the scene, whatever's happening in that set. And it has nothing to do with the type of gun in their hand and the capability of it, because the guns, for the most part on this set, were real guns. There were a couple, I think, dummies, but most of them were fully functioning firearms that in any other environment would be used at a shooting range or out hunting. There was no difference.
I also wonder if maybe she saw her stepdad in a time in his career where he was so confident and so good at what he was doing that perhaps maybe she didn't understand that he had come to grips with the immensity and enormity of the task, that he was to a point in his career where he was so confident and so sure in his procedures and protocols that maybe it was lost on her that he had spent time developing good habits and safe protocols.
Or that she didn't understand what he was doing at different points. He's like, I've observed him. I've watched him work, and I know how to load a gun. But does, the little thing he does where, I can do it quicker if I just do this, was a reason why he does it the way he does it. Does she miss out on those little details?
Sometimes when you see someone who's so comfortable in their craft, you think, oh, it's so comfortable. But it's not comfortable. They're just comfortable because they've reached a level of comfort because they're so sure in what they've been doing forever, for years and years and years. But she hasn't gotten there.
I wonder.
I don't know.
I realize this is a small budget film, and as far as the big picture of Hollywood, it really doesn't. It's not the rudder still steering Hollywood, the ship. But I wonder if, at least in this area, when it comes to armors, if we're going to see a change in the industry overall, where they're going to get together and say, "Hey, we need standardized training. We need certification. We need to protect ourselves. We want to have this system, the standard operating procedures in place, so that not only will people, because armors, if people are looking at this, honestly, a movie producer might look at this and say, I don't want to take a movie that's full of guns because I don't want to be the next Rust." Right. And so they might be hesitant to take a movie or a script that calls for a lot of armor work, unless the armorers can come up together and unite, even though it's a small community, and say, look, let's instill some confidence in us as a group. Let's go out there and say, look, we realize that there's now this dark shadow over us, and we're going to take these steps so that you can trust us again. And this is going to be something you'll find across every set, this level of professionalism.
Yeah. I know it's never fun to hear more procedures and protocols need to be in place. I know that kind of feels like, more hoops to jump through, but those hoops are saving lives. Yeah, for sure. Worth it, I think. But anyway.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Ari has given me a camera mount to fix right now. So.
Hey, good job on 56,000. Yay for you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. That is awesome. I that was all you guys, though. I mean, literally, that was all you.
Well, so then you're welcome.
All right. Thank you.
Just kidding. See ya.
Right. Have a great day. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
It's a great call. Great call. All right. There's a couple things. What training? There was no training. Unbelievably negligent. I think there will be more training, but honestly, I wonder how many armorers there are in the industry now that are actively working. that I would be surprised if like a lead armor positions, if you could assemble a list of all available. I mean, you'd have to like access all the producers' little Rolodexes to find this, but all the available armors in the country that are qualified. I mean, I say qualified by experience, which we know doesn't necessarily equate the same thing, but ones that would say, hey, this has to be done right, and would not take the shortcuts. I'm thinking that would be a small number, like a couple dozen, and then have a whole, several hundred of people underneath them. Do we have a camera on the thumbnail? We do. The camera on the thumbnail is, let's take that really quickly. Well, let's get rid of this and this. Camera is sitting on the log right in front of the makeshift church. That is there. Is there anything else we left off that we need on the thumbnail this morning? I thought there was one other thing. Is Ari just sitting there, or is he muted? Can you guys not hear me? Everyone else seems to be able to hear. Let's see. It's a thumbs up from Michelle. No wanted sign? Wanted sign. Not sure. Al's Treehouse manufactures foods, crackers, pickles, etc. for private labels. Walmart, Aldi, Trader Joe's. Al's Treehouse. Cool Jeep Babe. Question for you, Cool Jeep Babe. Do you have any ducks in the window on your dash of your Jeep? You don't have to. No super chat. Just tag me in the response. I'm curious if you have ducks in your Jeep, because all the cool Jeeps that I see around here have little rubber ducks in the front, possibly from Duck Donuts. It might be a local thing. Let's see, Al's Treehouse. Sounds like one of the trials we just watched. Treehouse Foods. Our foods and beverages. Come on. What we make. Pickles. We're getting closer. Please tell me the Pickles goes somewhere. It's just, it's an interactive button, but it doesn't. No, man. That's it. They just say they make pickles. It looks like they make candy, broth and stock, cheese sauce, coffee, cookies, crackers, griddle, hot cereal, in-store bakery, liquid beverages, non-dairy creamer, pickles, powdered beverages, pretzels, refrigerated dough, and tea. They definitely have manufacturing facilities everywhere, but it's the pickles that I'm curious about. I'll have to make a call. Thank you for that, Cool Jeep Babe. I appreciate that. Also, Super Chat just came in from Little B. Says, thank you for the amazing work you do and have done and still do. And the mods are amazing as well. My favorite family loves this channel. Little B, thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Thanks for being here this morning. Oh, that is a terrible, terrible view. I'm sorry. There we go. Now we can read what you said. And I'm not sure if we could read the previous one. Cool Jeep Babe. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. But it's... I've got them saved, so we'll look. We are a few minutes away from court beginning. Might be about, I guess, 23 on the top end if they start at the top of the hour. The jury's supposed to be there at 8:30, so we'll see if they mean in the courtroom by 8:30 or on the court premises by 8:30. I think the ducks are acquired by playing Jeep tag. Brand rump of horse with the number 45. Ooh. I'm not sure if we'll have to do it in white because the horse is all in shadow. We do have a porta potty. It's just an old-fashioned one. It's an outhouse up there in the mountains at the end of the road on the screen. Janet Anderson says, I have 25 ducks. I have ducks in my Jeep. Ducks and Jeeps are a thing. I do. Jeep Girl Hill here too. The Jeeps in my town get ducked too. I have the ducks. It's a thing. I was, I'm curious. What happens if somebody who doesn't have a Jeep does the duck thing? I mean, I think the ducks are supposed to be gifted to you. You're not supposed to like duck yourself. You have to be careful how we say this. But someone else can duck you, but you can't duck yourself. And if someone ducks you, then you put the duck in the truck, in the front of the Jeep, so that you can show how many ducks you've had. There we go. Now I've explained it thoroughly. So, see, my favorite place to lurk, says Miss Chris. Thank you for the 14 months, Miss Chris, one of the OGs here. Thank you very much for that. Cool Jeep Babe, thank you. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a member. It's 2 months as well on that blue courthouse. Appreciate that. And I'm sure your Jeep looks amazing. Jeep owners duck each other. There have been a couple Jeeps where it's like, you know what, I need to head down to Duck Donuts, because Duck Donuts, I think it's a local thing. There's a town called Duck in North Carolina, and it's on the Outer Banks, and they have a store called Duck Donuts, and they actually have it in other places as well, including here in Greenville. And Duck Donuts sells these little rubber ducks, and I think that's where they're coming from. And you get they've got 50 million different types of ducks. They have new models coming out every day. That's like, this is a scholar duck or a teacher duck, or this one's a police officer duck. And I think that's I don't know how they got linked in with the Jeeps, but they're fun to look for. 7 also OG, you the man, 14 months. Thank you, 7. Aaron Olivia says, you have such an amazing chat. Thanks, Ari. You guys are incredible. This is the best place to watch true crime, and it's because of you here. This community is wonderful. Appreciate that, all of you. Spending time with you makes my day, says Tina Turner fan. Thank you. Tina Turner fan, we need a profile picture, and you need to have big hair. If you're a Tina Turner fan, it's got to be there. Tisha's like, I don't want a duck. I want a Jeep. I want a Jeep. We have Duck Donuts in Charleston, too. I want to be turtled. I live in Florida. What car has the turtles? Curious there. All right. As a Jeep owner, I will say I am now on row 2 of all my ducks. I could send a picture. Please do. If you can send a picture, I would be happy to share that if you have a duck collection. Does someone just walk up and slap a duck decal on your Jeep? No, the lore is that when one Jeep owner sees another Jeep owner, and the Jeep is just a clean, sharp-looking Jeep, the lift is right, the tires are right, the grill, the lights, just it's basically a sign of respect. It's like motorcyclers, when they drive by, they do the little low wave, indicating like, hey, what's up? You know, they do that acknowledgement of each other. Jeep owners do this in the parking lot. They acknowledge the other Jeep owner, but like, hey. And they put a duck on the hood. And when the duck's on the hood, you're like, hey, I just got ducked. You might not even see the exchange, but you know that somebody has recognized you for your Jeep ownershipness, and then you take that duck and you put it inside on your dash. I don't know if you use like super glue or if they like permanently attach to the Jeep. I imagine going four-wheeling, they have to be fixed somehow so they don't just tumble down as you climb rough mountains and things. But it's just Watch for a Jeep. Watch for a Jeep. And when you see a Jeep, look inside that front dash, because the window makes it so it's easy to see. It's unique. But Jamie K says, thumbnail idea. Help wanted sign, no experience required. Oh, too soon. Jamie, that's brutal. My significant other was excited when he was gifted his first duck in his Jeep in Missouri, says Mary Kay. Turtles are EV owners. So is Tesla turtle and Jeep ducks. Is that what happens?
Call from Cool Jeep Babe.
Cool Jeep Babe. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. How are you doing this morning? And how's your Jeep as well?
It's doing great. Thank you very much.
Did I explain the ducking properly, or is there part of it that I've missed?
Pretty much. It's mainly all Jeeps. It doesn't have to be all decked out and everything, because if that was true, mine would not be. I live on a ranch. I don't do the decking.
But
it's always dirty.
Your Jeep goes off-road, which is, is more than can be said for some other Jeeps.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I've got dents and everything else. It's a new Jeep, but I also live in the Texas Hill Country where we have deer everywhere. And so every corner of my Jeep has a dent in it from where a deer has run out in front of me and hit it. So I'm so mad. But anyway, yes. So, yeah, you did explain it well.
I think it's cool. I think there needs to be more things like that in society in general, where we just treat people nicely and do something cool for each other. And the fact that Jeep owners are embracing this, I think this is one of the saving benefits. I mean, the indicators that we're not going to hell in a handbasket. Okay, there's still some good things in society. But
I do wonder, especially living in Texas. Oh, Lord mercy.
Pickles, not politics. Yeah, we've got to be careful on that one.
Exactly. I know it. And I sent in a text, on your chat thing, but my prized duck is a duck with headphones, sunglasses, and a gold chain around his neck.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, that's my prized duck.
So where do you get your ducks?
Anywhere. You just buy. I mean, they're just little things. I mean, I bought mine off Wish. I bought mine off Temu. You can buy them. They're just anywhere. It doesn't have to be any certain ones, but you can get. I've had Halloween ducks. I've had Valentine ducks. It's just you just look for them. It's kind of, my family's like, do what? I'm like, just stop.
I might have to go to Duck Donuts and buy a duck and send it out as a prize or a contest here soon. Just so those who don't know will understand. Cool, Jeep. Thank you. It's great to talk to you. Appreciate you.
Yes, and the pickle thing. Yeah. I've been looking all morning because I'm the one that did the pickle thing. So that's all I found is that they do it for the Aldi's and Walmart.
I'm going to call them and say, look, quit holding out on me. Do you make spicy maple bourbon pickles? Okay. And can I buy them? Can I buy them by the barrel? Is that something
exactly?
I can do?
Well, hopefully they'll let you.
I'm invested. I think it's like sometimes people prepare for the zombie apocalypse by stocking up on ammunition and firearms. I need pickles. I mean that's really what's going to be.
That's it.
Yep. Cool, Jeep. It looks like we have motion in court, so we're going to have to let you go.
All right,
great talking to you this
so
morning.
All right, thanks.
We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. The duck thing just makes me happy, and it makes me want to have a Jeep again. I did own a Jeep. The last vehicle that my son totaled was a Jeep. It was barely a Jeep because it was only 2-wheel drive, and it was a Jeep Compass, and it had like a 3-gerbil engine. But it was a Jeep. It said Jeep on it, which counts. Dr. Bullbutter, welcome to the gallery. New member. Actually, that green courthouse shows that you're not a brand new member. You're here again. Thank you so much. Is not relevant. I do that a lot. We are about to begin court. They're telling us to leave now, apparently. The exit sign is up. Hannah is coming in right there. I see her in the doorway, it looks like. No, that's not her. That's Sarah. Sorry, that's Sarah. Hannah is in. Sarah's coming in. This is our witness who's beginning her day with a grilling by the defense team. Let's see how that goes. Just make sure all our audio is in a row. Witnesses in place. We can now fetch the jury. Not sure if they're going to swear her in again. She has her Aquafina water, which is not as good as Deer Park water, if I say so myself. Not a sponsor yet. Deer Park water. Please read my email. I'd love a sponsorship from Deer Park Water. It would save me like $20 a week in water. Let's see. I'm excited. If I missed anything up, please, I apologize. I did not mean to miss anything. I'm just going to do a quick check on... Oh, look, Tag. Tag was here for 14 months. Thank you, Tag. Thank you so much. Mary Kay also was so excited when he was gifted my SO. I got that so excited when he was gifted his first duck in his Jeep in Missouri. Joyful came in, grateful for this community 4 months. Thank you, Joyful. I'm grateful for you as well. Ohio Gin, when are we going to discuss subject matter jurisdiction? Next time, Daryl Brooks is in court, maybe. Let's see, Aaron Olivia, you have such amazing chat. Thank you. Aaron Olivia, it would not be as amazing if you weren't here. You're definitely part of that. Thank you for that. 7, big 14 months from 7, and from Miss Chris. Cool Jeep Babe, thank you. It was great to talk to you on the phone as well as have that super chat where we found out where those spicy maple pickles potentially are made. Little B, amazing super chat as well. Thank you for the kind words. Ray comes in with 4 months of support. Weezer with 4 months of support. Ricky C gifted a membership this morning, as did Taminator. Thank you. Joss Hutchins, welcome back to the gallery. Good to have you back in green. And Purple Haze, member for 8 months. I think I covered everybody except for Cachette, one of our great mods, a good support, amazing person. Says, I'm just happy to be here. I'm just here for the popcorn. Cashette, I know you do a lot more than that. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. All right, with that said, we are ready to get underway. Let's make sure all our audio is where it needs to be. Something's like, oh, I know what we need. We need our counter. That's what we were missing. So let's turn that on and get this ready and go here. Boom. Okay. The jury's coming in. Everyone's standing for the jury. We should get audio in just a moment. I'm going to start syncing up everything I need to sync up to make things work. That's on 7. Okay.
All right, good morning, jurors. You may be seated. Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Zachary.
Good morning.
Ms. Zachary, in this case, you agreed to cooperate with the state. Is that true?
Ooh, she did have agreement.
And you agreed to come in and testify against Ms. Gutierrez Reed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of that, you entered into a cooperation agreement with the state. Is that right?
Yes.
And that cooperation agreement indicates that if you agree to testify and you have to provide truthful testimony, that you will not be prosecuted for any crime. Is that right?
Yes.
So, as part of your being here, you have a complete immunity from being prosecuted, correct?
Wow.
I guess.
Her voice is still shaking.
Yes. Sorry, I'm a little closer.
It's okay. Is that better? Is that your understanding of the document, that you have that you're not going to be prosecuted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified yesterday that you had, as far as the props roles, you were Hannah's boss in that role. Is that right?
I wouldn't say boss, I guess a supervisor. What I said goes with props.
And Hannah was a props assistant, correct?
Part-time.
Okay. And she was also a part-time armor?
Full-time.
Your understanding, she was part-time props and full-time armor?
Armor was her main duty, yes.
Okay, but she was also doing props as well, correct?
When there was no firing of any guns, yes.
Well, didn't you ask her on several occasions, for example, to do things like rolling cowboy cigarettes?
That was one day.
Well, you asked her to prop up other characters at times, right?
The only props that other characters had were the guns.
They didn't have their belts?
Well, yeah, they had belts.
And they didn't have, for example, glasses or other items that they needed to have on them?
What type of glasses are you talking about?
Anything you'd have in a Western movie, hats, glasses, they didn't have other props?
Those are wardrobe.
Okay. What other props were there with regard to these actors besides firearms?
There were very miscellaneous things depending on the scene. There was a day where we were in a saloon. There were whiskey glasses. There were rolled cigarettes. There were poker sets, those kind of things.
And those props had to be provided to those actors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that you had some armor duties, correct?
Correct.
And so you were in that role assisting Ms. Gutierrez Reed, right?
Correct.
And as part of that, you loaded and unloaded guns on the set?
Correct.
Now, you were trained, I think you said, by Seth Kenny on a prior film?
Yes.
How much training did you receive from Seth Kenny?
I had maybe 10 days to prep for that set, so within that amount of time, when I would meet him, he would show me how to work with the guns and ammo.
So did you feel proficient, very good in working with guns and ammo?
In what I was using, yes.
I think you've said in the past, and you can tell me if you disagree, that you were not able to tell a dummy round from a live round?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Now, yesterday you testified that you weren't familiar with the single action revolver. Is that right?
I didn't say, or are you talking about when I entered or started rust?
Yes.
Yes.
And so, as we sit here today, do you know the difference between a single action and a double action?
Yes, now I do.
Okay, and what is that difference?
Well, what we were using on rust, between the two, it involves how you load them and unload them, from my understanding.
The difference in functional characteristics between a single action and a double action?
So with the single action revolver, I believe that's what we were working on with rust. That was with cocking the hammer back and the trigger at the same time to load and unload the cylinder, whereas with the double action, that the cylinder flips out.
The cylinder flips out?
Sorry, the cylinder comes out on the side to load the revolver and closes back.
Before rust, had you worked with a single action type revolver?
No.
So on the prior set with Mr. Kenny, he had just shown you a double action?
Yes.
Okay. So with yourself and Miss Gutierrez Reed, you also had Nicole Montoya helping, is that right?
Correct.
And Nicole Montoya was also a props assistant, is that right?
Yes.
Now I think you said yesterday that you knew that there was going to be an armor and an armor's assistant. Did you say that?
I knew that Hannah was going to act as both.
Okay. Was it your understanding that on this film that there was supposed to be an armor and an armor's assistant at first?
Yes.
Okay.
She still doesn't understand how the guns
With regard to your armor duties, we know that you loaded and unloaded weapons. Did you also take those at times to the actors?
Yes.
And I think we saw a video yesterday where, and see if you remember this scene, Mr. Baldwin is coming out of a little structure. He's shooting towards the cameras up with a blank round. He runs up the hill with the child actor, and then he gets in somebody else cut, and he still shoots, and then he cusses. Do you remember that scene?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And it appeared, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you were on that video running towards Mr. Baldwin after he shot. Is that what happened?
I'd have to see the video.
Okay. I bet you don't recollect it right now as we sit here.
Not at the moment.
Okay. On how many occasions did you yourself take firearms to actors?
Whenever Hannah needed it.
Okay. When she needed assistance?
Yes.
Okay. You were working under Seth Kenny's license, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's with PDQ Props?
Correct.
And as part of that, are you on his paperwork as being an employee?
I believe so.
And so you weren't actually working physically at his business, but you were, on the paperwork, you were working with PDQ Props. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, yesterday you indicated that, first you said that you had thrown away the revolvers, but that was just you just got ahead of yourself, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In reality, what you did is you threw away rounds from 2 revolvers, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was that was after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Now, after the shooting, do you recall how many minutes went by, just roughly, before you threw away those rounds?
I don't recall.
In that time frame, you also had a conversation with Seth Kenny, correct?
Yes.
And on that conversation, you had texted him previously before that and said emergency?
After the incident, yes.
Yeah. And then you all talked, and do you recall him giving you any instruction or advice as to what you were calling about? And don't tell what he said, but do you recall him giving you any information?
No.
Okay. So, do you recall anything from that phone call? Again, not telling us what Mr. Kenny said, but do you recall anything from that phone call?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Just him mortified
Okay. And don't talk about his words again, but just so your impression was he was mortified.
Yes.
Okay. How long did that phone call last?
As I said yesterday, possibly 30 seconds, a minute.
So then in that time frame, you then throw rounds away from the 2 revolvers that you had previously loaded, right?
I believe so, yes.
So the 2 revolvers that you loaded, again, were the Jensen Ackles revolver, right? Mm-hmm. And then this Sven.
Swen.
Swen. How do you say his name?
Swen.
Okay, Swen. So those 2 revolvers you threw the rounds away from.
Yes.
And you threw them in a trash can.
Correct.
Now, you didn't tell anybody at the scene that you had thrown those away, right?
I didn't tell anyone, but it was in a public place. If someone saw me, then yeah.
Well, you didn't want to let anybody know that, did you?
They weren't the rounds in question, so I didn't think it mattered, and I had honestly forgotten.
Well, you knew that somebody had been shot, at least one person had been shot, correct?
Correct.
You knew that 911 had been called, is that right?
I didn't hear anybody call 911, but I had assumed.
And you would have assumed that the police would have to respond to a shooting, correct?
Sure.
And so as part of that, wouldn't you think that the police would want to see everything on set?
Yes.
So when you throw away rounds that they may have wanted to see, don't you understand that to be an issue?
No, because again, it wasn't the rounds in question.
But that isn't your determination, right, to determine what's in question. That is the law enforcement's determination, correct?
Okay.
Well, would you agree with me on that?
Sure.
Okay. So law enforcement's going to come and you understand they're going to investigate what happened, and the rounds that you're throwing away could be possible evidence that would assist them. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
And so when you made that decision, was that in fact Mr. Kenny directing you to do something?
No.
You threw away those rounds and the 2 revolvers that you loaded. Was it your intention to get rid of the evidence that you had done? In other words, the 2 you had loaded?
No.
Now, you also, as I understand, took firearms, or you and a couple other people intended to take firearms to the prop truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you take revolvers? Did you take long guns? Do you recall?
It was whatever was on the cart, but I didn't end up taking them back.
You and who was it? Was it Daniel and Nicole?
Correct.
And so the 3 of you started out to take the firearms from the prop cart to the prop truck. Is that right?
Yes.
How many firearms were there that you were taking back?
I believe from a separate interview, I had said something around 9.
So all 9 of those firearms, were those Seth Kenny's firearms?
I believe so.
All 9 you all wanted to take back to the prop truck. You were removing them from the prop cart right after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
You said you didn't take them back, but did you start with them to start taking them back?
I did.
And what made you turn around then?
I got a text message or phone call from Brian Norvell, and he asked me to bring Hannah her personal bag.
Where was her personal bag?
I believe on the cart.
So you then removed the personal bag from the cart and took
Correct.
that, I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay. And then who did you take that to?
To Hannah.
Okay. When you took it to Hannah, her personal bag from the cart, where was she located when you gave that to her?
She was with Brian behind one of the houses in the town.
So we have the church, we've seen the church, and we've seen where that was located. Where was the house where Brian and Hannah were staying at that time?
It was down the hill a little northeast of the church.
Did you know why Brian and Hannah were standing over there after the shooting over by the house?
It was my understanding that Brian was consoling Hannah.
Okay. So in any event, you walked her personal bag from the cart all the way to where they were at.
Yes.
Okay. And that was at Brian Norvell's direction.
Yes.
So you would agree with me at that point. You
Hey
didn't
guys,
have
please
it.
no spoilers
I mean,
on
that was
verdicts for
somebody
other
else
cases
telling
in
you to
chat,
do
please.
something.
No spoilers on verdicts.
Okay. But, and it's not your fault on that one, but in terms of taking that bag, I'm not trying to say that. But would you agree with me that that then took something from the prop cart as well?
Sure.
At that moment, okay. And again, this is before law enforcement has arrived?
I believe so, but I don't remember.
Okay.
We're going to time out people talking about the verdict.
You said that
a lot of people don't want to spoil it. Please, please, please.
In a state of shock and panic. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, did you previously state that you had thrown them away because you had done that before?
That I have thrown away dummies before.
Okay. So in your pretrial interview, you mentioned that part of the reason you threw those away was that you had done that before after scenes, correct?
Sometimes, yes, if I didn't need them.
So would you agree with me? You've given two explanations for why you threw away the rounds, in a shock and panic, and that you had previously done something like that, throwing away rounds. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Are these dummy rounds? These are obviously reusable, aren't they?
They are.
So when you throw them away, somebody has paid for those, like production or, production. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Did they production instruct you to throw those rounds away after scenes?
No.
So this is their property. Would you agree with me? The dummy rounds?
I mean, you throw away blanks afterwards too.
Well, if
She
blanks
doesn't
can
understand.
be reused again, wouldn't you agree with me that those are something that the set could use again, that they purchased?
Blanks can't be reused.
Okay, well then, how about dummies?
Sure.
Okay. So again, my question was, would you agree that that's their property that you're throwing away?
I guess so.
Okay. So you made the decision to throw away the rounds, and you then interviewed with the police on October 21st. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was the same day?
Yes.
And do you recall whether you told them that you had thrown away those rounds?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Okay. Did you tell anybody else that you had thrown away those rounds?
I believe Nicole was standing there when it happened, so I'm sure she saw.
Okay. After the shooting had happened, did
They've got a wireless mic or
Reed,
something that's
did you see the
picking up
rounds that
static
came out of the revolver?
in the courtroom.
She showed
Can't
me,
fix it.
yes.
And did you see what happened to those rounds after she showed you?
No.
Did you take possession of the spent casing from Miss Gutierrez Reed?
I believe I might have. I know I had said that before.
Yes. And so Miss Gutierrez Reed hands you the spent casing, which is the one that's been fired, correct?
Yes.
And then what did you
We're
do
doing
with that
30-minute
spent
timeouts
casing?
for anyone who's talking about the verdict. Please don't spoil the verdict.
What happened to the other rounds that Miss Gutierrez Reed had shown you from that revolver?
I don't know.
Did you follow up to see what had happened with them?
No.
Okay. With regard to that live round after you put it on the cart, did you touch that again?
Touch the spent casing?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So you came back over, then did you go and check other rounds to determine whether you believed them to be live?
Yes, as I said yesterday, I did check the box that was on top of the cart.
Okay. Now there were multiple boxes on the cart, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so did you rattle some of those rounds?
In the one box, yes, that was on top.
And you determined that you believed there were, I think there was a statement that, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but that you thought maybe half of them might be alive?
That was an original statement, yes.
And in hindsight, do you think that's not correct?
As I said yesterday, I don't think that's correct.
Okay. But in any event, you determined that some of them were live in your belief?
Yes.
And who did you tell that to?
Law enforcement.
Okay. On the day of the shooting on October 21st, do you recall there being any safety meeting?
No.
That same day, there's no safety meeting. Do you remember right before the incident in the church, did Hannah take the revolver to go check it with Dave Halls?
Yes.
Okay. You were not in the church, correct?
I was not.
And you were located outside. Where were you?
I was at the prop truck. Or not, sorry, prop cart.
Prop cart. And your cart, was it to the right of the church?
When you're looking at the church at the front door, then yes.
Need some help on the counter, the Alec Baldwin counter. Let me know if I miss any, okay? I've only got 2 so far today. I'm sure I've missed some.
The revolvers that you remove rounds from and threw them away, do you remember how many rounds were in them?
I do not.
Okay, so you're not able to tell us whether there were 6 or whether less, you don't know?
It's been 2.5 years, no.
Okay. But you did testify yesterday, you said that they were dummies.
Correct.
How did you know that?
I personally checked them.
And then you don't remember how many of them there were, though?
No.
When you interviewed with law enforcement, did they ask you for your phone?
On the day of?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
And you had been texting and talking to Seth Kenny, right?
Correct.
Had you been texting and talking to anybody else that day?
I don't remember.
Okay. After the shooting, well, let me back up. Yesterday, I think you mentioned, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you wouldn't talk to Alec Baldwin much on that set. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. Did you have Mr. Baldwin's cell phone number before the shooting?
No.
Did you ever text him before the shooting?
No.
Do you recall that you did text him after the shooting?
Yes.
And how did you get Mr. Baldwin's number?
His assistant had personally contacted me because I was in contact with him before, while we were shooting, and he had requested to talk to me.
Okay, and so after the shooting, you and Mr. Baldwin, do you talk on the phone also?
Yes.
And you also text?
A couple times.
Do you recall making the statement on October 31st, 2021 that Alec called me and I'm trying to make sure I keep my facts straight?
Yes.
And do you recall you made that statement to Seth Kenny?
Yes.
How many calls, let's start with that, did you have with Alec Baldwin after the shooting?
Maybe 3.
And did you discuss the facts of what happened with him?
It was more theorizing because we both didn't know what happened. He mainly would call and ask questions that I didn't have answers to.
He was asking questions about the events and what might have happened, right?
Correct.
Did you ask him questions?
No.
You also texted with him several times. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall also making a statement on or about October 23rd, 2021, that you had talked to Alec and he's having a difficult time recalling things, like most of us, but he thinks that Dave handed him the gun?
I don't know who that was with.
If I showed you a text message, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Thank you, sir.
Now I'm going to show you, I'm asking you not to read it out loud, but just read the top text. And when you're done reading, just let us know.
Ian, we're about as happy as we were with her testimony from yesterday. She's repeated the pull the trigger to get to half cock advice, which is completely wrong. Again, still doesn't know what a double action and single action
You
are.
recall making the statement that you had talked to Alec, and he's having a difficult time recalling things like most of us, but he thinks that Dave handed him the gun.
I do.
And you recall making that with Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Okay. After the shooting occurred and the incident occurred, did you go back on or about October 27th for the search of the prop truck?
That would have to be the day that the police were there.
And you may not recall the day, but do you recall it being 5 or 6 days after the shooting?
I don't recall the day.
Okay. Prior to going, did you provide the code to the safe to Seth Kenny?
I believe I did.
Before you had provided him that code, who had the code to the safe?
Hannah, me, and Nicole.
You then gave the code to Seth Kenny. Did you give that code to anyone else?
I don't think so.
The prop truck search happens. Are you present for that search?
They were there before I got there. They had already started the process.
When you got there, was Seth Kenny there?
Yes.
Did you retrieve some of your personal belongings that day?
Not until after the police cleared out.
Okay. Before that search, had you retrieved some of your personal belongings from the set?
I had attempted to go back because everyone else was able to go back to their trucks to retrieve their things, but ours was still locked, so I was not able to retrieve anything.
Okay. Ultimately, you did retrieve your property?
Correct.
Okay. At one point, there was a negligent discharge on set we've heard about, and that involved you handling a firearm, is that right?
Yes.
And again, you were trying to let the hammer down, and you had your finger on the trigger, and then it went off, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was with one of the revolvers?
Correct.
After that, didn't you have a disagreement with Miss Gutierrez Reed?
A small one, yes.
Did you thereafter have discussions with people about wanting to fire Hannah?
I didn't want to fire her. I had my disagreements with her, but I never actually fired her or wanted to.
Okay, you said you didn't want to fire her?
No.
Do you recall being interviewed on November 2nd, 2023?
Ooh.
In this case?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, okay, did you want to fire her? Your answer is yes, and that's on page 19, 2 to 3. Did you want to fire her? You said yes.
Okay.
Do you recall saying that?
I do.
Okay, so is it true then that you wanted to fire her?
From props, yes.
Okay, but a second ago you said you had not made that statement, but...
Yeah, I'm correcting myself now.
Okay. So the reality is that you had wanted to fire her?
From props.
Yes. And other people had wanted to fire her as well, right?
From Seth or?
Just in general.
I believe Seth wanted me to do something about it, yes.
And I think what you just stated is you did not do anything, ultimately.
I did not know.
Seth wanted her to do something? Seth was only the armorer's side.
One of the reasons why you had wanted to fire Hannah is that you didn't feel she was doing enough with her props duties.
Correct.
And you communicated that to Hannah as well, right?
I did not.
You did not tell her that? That you wanted her to do more in her props duties?
I don't think I actually told her that. I just had asked her to do things and she didn't want to do them.
Did you know that Hannah and Gabrielle Pickle then had a disagreement over props duties?
I did hear about it, yes.
Okay. And there was an email that you knew about?
Hannah showed me, yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to talk about the contents of it, but you did see an email on that.
Yes.
That was approximately October 16th or 17th that you had that disagreement, right?
About?
With Hannah, that small disagreement?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And so that's 5 days before the shooting.
Okay.
And then at what point was the decision made by you that you wanted to fire Hannah? Was it the 16th? Was it the 17th? Do you remember what day that was?
I don't.
You talked to Seth Kinney about that?
Yes.
How many times did you talk to him about that?
I don't know.
So it was Seth Kinney that you talked about firing Hannah.
One thing I forgot to ask you was after the 21st, after the incident had happened, you don't have a good memory of the sequence of events?
I do not.
You remember that yourself and Nicole had been at the prop cart when the shot went off, is that right?
Yes.
And you did not see Hannah at that point, or did you?
I had not.
Okay. Right after it happened, is the next time that you remember seeing Hannah was when they were unloading the revolver?
No, she was in front of the church, by herself looking at the church.
Okay. And then at some point they unload the revolver and then she goes over with Brian Norvell to one of the other houses. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Did you see Hannah get loaded into the police car?
No.
After the incident took place and you come back and given Hannah her bag, did you talk to people on the set?
Yes.
And where were you standing when you were talking to people?
I was in the town at one point and then back at base camp.
So did those people include Alec Baldwin and David Halls?
No.
Who did you talk to?
Jensen and Swen and Nicole.
Did you ever see or hear about a lawyer being on set?
No.
Okay. After that, what time did you leave the set?
To go back to base camp or home?
To leave completely.
Maybe not until 9:30.
Okay, so you stayed approximately 7 or 8 hours?
Yeah.
What were you doing during that time frame?
A lot of it was waiting around. We were at base camp for a long time, waiting to be interviewed by the police.
You were interviewed then on site?
Yes.
Okay. Since you were on site, you would have had the opportunity to tell the police at that point that you had thrown those rounds away, right?
Sure.
And you don't recall whether you did that?
I don't know.
Do you feel like that's something that you would remember if you had done it?
No.
Okay, I want to... I'm sorry, just a moment, Your Honor. Do you recall ever telling law enforcement that you had thrown those rounds away?
Yes.
When was that?
I remember telling them like a month later when I was talking to Detective Alex.
Okay, we're talking about October 21st, 21, when this happened.
Yes.
And you interviewed then. And you interviewed with Mr. Scott Elliott on November 2nd, 2023, correct?
With who?
That was an interview with an investigator on this case. Mr. Elliott, do you recall that individual?
I do not.
Okay. In that interview, just to remind you, you had an attorney present. Do you remember that interview?
I remember Detective Alex.
Okay.
Elliot.
Do you not remember the interview in November of 2023 when Spirit Gaines was present?
I like watching the witness' eyes.
Okay. If I
jump to the
showed
prosecution
you a
table.
copy of this, would it might refresh your
Some of
memory?
these questions.
Can we approach?
Okay, so they approach. We're going to keep an eye on this. Okay, I appreciate. I've put some keywords in the blocked list because I realize there's a lot going on in the world of true crime today and in other cases. And some of you, a lot of you, are following multiple trials at the same time. And I appreciate that you're here with us. And we are doing everything we can to not spoil what happens in those other cases. So we just ask everyone, please don't try to spoil it. We have blocked words so that certain keywords that might come up in a spoiler message will be held for review, and people who send those will get timed out. We're serious about protecting that. We're not following that case, but we haven't. But out of respect for the content creators and those members of LawTube or LawTube adjacents that have put in all the work, we'd like them to be able to, experience that with you, even if it's on replay. So. Just a heads up. I realize there are some people who come here and don't know that.
Understanding what I'm asking.
So just
you were interviewed.
Let's be kind to people who accidentally
understand it
release
2
something
times.
and just.
There was one on October
Thank you all.
21st, 2021, and there was one I think a month later. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember being interviewed a 3rd time in a pretrial interview in this case on November 2nd, 2023? Not with the police, but with other people involved in this case.
I believe so.
Okay. And again, I'll ask you, do you remember the attorney Spirit Gaines was present?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the interview I'm talking about. That was approximately 3 months ago.
Okay.
You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall in that interview talking about whether you had informed law enforcement?
Of what?
About the throwing away of the rounds?
I don't recall what I said in that interview.
Okay. So that was 3 months ago, but I know you've had several interviews, but you do not remember that.
Not the specific conversation.
Okay. In any event, you did tell them at some point you think that you threw those rounds away. Do you recall what exactly that you told them?
I don't.
Okay. Did you also tell them that you had transported those firearms from that car? Or that you had intended to and other people helped you?
I believe so.
Did you tell them that you had taken Hannah's personal bag to her?
I believe so.
Did you take anything else from the cart that we haven't talked about that day on October 21st, 2021?
No.
You also talked to Weston Brownlee after the shooting incident? Is that right?
He did send me a message, yes.
So you texted with him?
Briefly.
And that was about some of the things going on in this case, right?
Yes.
Do you recall being angry at Miss Gutierrez Reed at one point on or about October 29th, 2021? You said, "I hope she's put in jail. This is outrageous."
I don't remember the specific text message. I'd have to look at it.
If I showed it to you, would it refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Yeah, we're going to look at that text message really quickly. There were so many interviews given and so many media comments, and there's so much talking that if your story is changed between when the time this happened and now, you're going to get getting confronted with that, and she is here.
Now that you've had a chance to read it, does that remind you whether you said that?
Yes.
So you agree that she said, "I hope she's put in jail. This is outrageous."
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. One moment.
Sure.
There might be an additional bit of impeachment here. Another text message, an exchange. There's part that Hannah wants in, and it looks like he's going to run with it.
Ms. Zachary, you mentioned earlier that you had rattled some of the rounds to check if they were live.
Yes.
Did you notice that when law enforcement got there, the boxes were closed?
I don't remember.
Do you recall closing the box up after you had rattled the rounds?
I don't recall.
When the prop truck search was done days after the shooting, do you recall the prop cart being inside the prop truck?
When police came to retrieve the weapons, I don't remember it being in the truck.
Did you go in the prop truck during the search?
After police left, yes.
Did you see the prop cart inside of it?
I don't remember.
Did you ever get the impression after in discussions with Mr. Kinney that he didn't want you to say anything?
About
anything? Not talk about anything?
With just anyone?
Yes.
That wasn't my impression.
Okay.
Ooh. That was not the best way to say that if that was the answer. About with who? She's qualifying her answer.
Point in time when you were texting with Mr. Kinney and you had indicated that you were talking to Alec Baldwin, and then he responds with an emoji?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall ever getting an emoji with the hand over the mouth?
No.
Do you know what that means, that emoji? That I'm talking about? One where it's just kind of going like that?
No. I mean...
Does it not mean to keep your mouth closed?
It's not what I see that as.
Okay. So in your testimony, you don't believe Mr. Kinney ever told you not to talk to people about what had happened? That's your testimony?
I don't recall.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Cross-exam, redirect, thank you.
How do you rehabilitate this witness here? You're going to see a major shift in the style of how she answers questions, in her openness, in her memory, and
Zachary, I've got a few follow-up questions for you.
We might see the prosecution once again ask a question where she gives the wrong answer.
Do you recall the specific language of your cooperation agreement with the state of New Mexico in terms of the requirement that you testify truthfully?
Yes.
Do you recall the specific language?
Oh, no.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed it to you?
Sure.
She's very willing to say yes, and so she says, yes, I recall.
Take your time.
What is it? Wait, no, I don't.
And then I'll ask you some questions about it.
She's being confronted with the paper. Now this is a friendly cross, or friendly direct. Basically saying, did you comply? Have you complied? Have you told everything that is best you can? That's what we're going to hear here. If she doesn't comply, yeah, the deal's off the table.
Are you required to give truthful testimony?
Yes.
What happens to your agreement with me if you don't give truthful testimony?
Then I'm not bound by that testimony or that cooperation agreement anymore.
Right. If you don't give truthful testimony, I can prosecute you if I want to, right?
Correct.
You were asked a variety of questions about whether or not you wanted to fire Ms. Gutierrez. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
In terms of your role as boss of Ms. Gutierrez, you were only her boss with regard to her work with props, is that right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the... Oh, sorry. I have an objection.
Approach. That was very leading. And it redirect, you cannot lead. Cross, you can lead, so the defense should be able to lead on all this. Basically, what she's doing when she's leading is she's giving the answer to the witness in the question.
Were you in charge of firearms on this set?
No.
Were you in charge of props?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what your role was with regard to supervising Ms. Gutierrez in her capacity as prop assistant versus armorer?
When it came to being a props assistant, that's where I would ask her to help me with those miscellaneous props that I had mentioned earlier. But armor is in a different department from my understanding, and so she was in charge of that. So what she said goes for the weapons, not props.
Does the armorer have autonomy when it comes to weapons?
Yes.
During the time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez, did you find her to be easy to work with?
No.
During the time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez as her supervisor in props, did she call you a cunt?
Yes.
Was it around that time that you decided you might want to fire her?
No, it was just overall. But
what else about working with Ms. Gutierrez was difficult other than her referring to you as a cunt?
Mainly, I just felt like her work ethic wasn't the greatest. She wasn't always willing to help in a year or two. She was usually wanting to be in the truck to clean guns for the day. And yeah.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever show up to set late?
One day, yes.
Did she give you a reason for that?
She had a migraine.
She told you she had a migraine?
Correct.
But she was able to show up and work at some point that day, right?
Yes.
So apparently the migraine didn't last all day?
No.
She's insinuating that it was a hangover.
After the incident, did you have contact with Ms. Gutierrez when she was sitting in the back of Mr. Benavidez's police car?
I believe so, yes.
And why were you having contact with her?
I was just checking on her to see if she was okay.
And did you ask her if she was okay?
Yes.
And what was her response?
I don't recall.
Did she express concerns to you about how this might affect her career?
Yeah.
Object.
Okay, I honestly thought the worst thing I was going to have to deal with today was people trying to give spoilers about other cases in chat, and now I'm adding words I didn't know existed to the banned word list in chat. Wow. The shock value. Oh my goodness. Anyway, no, we're not adding anything to the thumbnail yet. For those that were curious, there's nothing significant that's happened in court that we would want to add to the... Oh, it did. I think it just happened. Yeah. This is... I find this offensive as... Let's see. Here, look, Laura says this. Lawyer said he cannot deal with prosecutors
Zachary,
like
during
this.
that conversation, do you recall Ms. Gutierrez saying anything about her career?
Yes.
And what did she say to the best of your recollection?
I don't remember verbatim, but it was about that this was going to ruin her career.
Now, at the time that she's telling you that she's worried about her career, is there a life flight helicopter on the ground waiting for Ms. Hutchins?
Your Honor, objection again.
That was quite leading. What?
I think it was before that.
It was before life flight arrived.
It was right after the incident.
But police were on set, correct?
I don't...
Hang on a second. I'm sorry. I agree with you.
Hang
when
on a
you
second.
spoke to Ms. Gutierrez, where was she?
She was in front of the church.
Once again, I'm going to rule on your objection
When you spoke to her about her
on my
concerns
behalf.
about her career, where was she?
She was in front of the church.
I'm sorry, she wasn't in the police car.
No, we didn't talk about that at that point.
You didn't talk about that at that point?
Not that I recall.
Okay. At the time that you spoke to her and she indicated concerns about her career, what was happening?
Chaos. Everyone was trying to figure out what happened.
Were people screaming?
It was after Joel screamed, and I know that the script supervisor was getting angry at everyone.
Do you know, was 911 being called?
I didn't, like I said before, I didn't hear 911 call or being called, but I assumed that they were.
She's asking questions she doesn't know the
If
answer
you know,
to.
were people laying on the floor of the church?
Joel, I saw Joel at that point.
You didn't see Miss Hutchins?
I didn't see Helena at all.
But you understand that she was laying on the floor also?
Your objection?
At some point later, did you realize that Ms. Hutchins was injured?
I was told, yes.
And when you saw Ms. Gutierrez after the incident, was she standing at the door of the church?
She was a little further back.
At any point in time, did you see her standing at the door of the church?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
This prosecutor tries to get a big finish from each witness on a redirect. And
Can you
she
explain
whiffs
to
every
the
single
jury
time.
why you thought it was important after the incident to remove the guns from the area and get them back to the truck?
And like I said, Jensen Ackles had told me to get the guns to safety, so that's what we were intending on doing, was to remove them from the set and get them back to the safe on the prop truck.
And you were asked to provide Ms. Gutierrez her personal bag, is that right?
Yes.
And I want you to describe that for the jury. What did it look like?
I don't remember.
Was it the fanny pack or not?
Your objection.
Please describe to the jury.
I don't think that's leading.
I have no recollection.
Was it the...
Overruled.
Was it the fanny pack?
What?
I don't remember.
Okay.
First of all, he's not getting to make his objection. As the judge has said, every objection
You
come
talked
up
to
to the
Mr.
bench.
Bowles about the fact that on occasion you would throw away dummies after a scene was shot. Why would you do that?
I didn't need them anymore.
Is that something that you did when you were working on the set of Rust?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How many times do you think you did that during filming?
I don't know.
Do you know whether production has purchased those dummies or whether they are renting them?
At the time, I had thought they were purchased, but after reading the invoices, I found out that they were rentals.
So who were they renting them from?
The vendors, Seth Kenny and Billy Ray.
Okay. At some point, you were asked by law enforcement to agree to a full extraction of your cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And did you agree to do that?
I did.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about your contact with Mr. Baldwin. To the best of your recollection, what specifically was the issue that you and Mr. Baldwin spoke of?
Mainly how a live round ended up on set.
So Mr. Baldwin wanted to find out how a live round ended up on the movie set, right?
Yes.
Did you also?
I did want to know, yes.
And Mr. Bowles asked you about a text message where you indicated you were trying to keep your facts straight. Mm-hmm. What did you mean by that?
I was trying to recall things correctly when I was telling people things.
Did you have difficulty recalling certain things?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, in a state of shock, and when everything was crazy, I couldn't remember things quite right.
You were asked some questions about Mr. Kinney being present the day of the search of the prop truck. To be clear, where was the safe that housed the guns?
On the prop truck.
Was it inside the truck?
Yes.
And could anyone get into the safe if the truck was locked?
No.
You had to get into the truck to get into the safe.
Yes.
And you understood that the safe was locked, or that the truck was locked.
Yes.
At any point in time, if you recall, did you tell production, anyone in production, that you needed more assistance with props?
Yes.
Do you know whether it was before or after that that Ms. Pickle had a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez?
It was before.
Do you have any experience in police investigations?
No.
Do you have any idea what the police are looking for on a crime scene?
No.
Were the guns or the dummy rounds that were assigned to Mr. Ackles and Mr. Timmel involved in the incident?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Let's see if defense gets another shot.
Sure.
He says, can we approach briefly? He's probably a bit chafing. He's chafed because he made objections that where he was not able to be heard. There was no ruling. The prosecutor just decided to just move on, leading question after leading question. And there was, I mean, it's not fair. That what happened there was not fair from what's been going on on the treatment for him when there's an objection. And the prosecutor rules on her own objections. And she's like, yeah, I agree with you. And she continues. It's like, then strike it from the record. Oh.
Thank you.
Sarah is done. Sarah's off.
Ms. Zachary for the record.
All right, so don't talk to the other witnesses in this case. She may be recalled. Okay,
Sarah
so next
may
witness.
be done. Yeah, we heard a new word.
Maybe we'll take a bathroom break. Is this gonna?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who is?
Whatever you choose. I think he's ready. But if you'd like to take the break now, I don't mind.
All right, let's take a bathroom break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll be back at 10. Thank you.
All right.
All right. As we get a little bit of a break here, and the sound's turned off in the court system. Yeah, there might be. I guess Ian, you're going to have like what do you need, like a 2-hour lead-in? I forget what it is. Hopefully it's a 2-hour lead-in before some of those words are played on the stream and it causes damage, financial damage to the channel. Wow, came from the prosecutor. Usually we police chat a little bit, but came from the prosecutor on this one. So nice. You'll have some great things to talk about. Can't wait for tonight. I guess is it going to be on Friday Night Frenzy with Rob? Ian's like, I'll just take it. I'll just take the demon. Yeah. It's I don't know. Oh, Amber's on the phone. You guys, Amber's not playing around. Amber, are you there?
I'm here.
How are you doing?
Lovely. How are you?
Good. Take a deep breath. I realize a short fuse today. I saw the message. Short fuse.
Yeah, yeah. It's been a rough morning for sure. I'm just happy today's Friday. I'm gonna do my usual disclaimer. We've got a lot of people here in chat. We have 3.3K in chat. A lot of the OGs know the rules around here. Some of you don't. If you get a timeout, please take it in stride. It's not you being booted from the channel. It is us making sure that you take a few minutes to breathe because something isn't right in chat. And we do not incite violence.
Right. We
at all.
Yeah. If you're saying something mean, if you're saying something you would be offended if somebody said it to your mom or your child or something like that, it probably shouldn't be said. here in chat. Let's be respectful. We have a lot of people watching. We know a lot of times the attorneys are watching. We know there's family of witnesses or defendants that are watching. And honestly, we with how we work with the courtrooms, it's very helpful for us for access if we can show an example of how we treat the trial. And how we treat the whole court process in general. So please be on your best behavior. It helps us for access in the future. Our mods are doing their best. They're not perfect. I'm not saying Amber's perfect. We sometimes time out the wrong people. Sometimes two of us time out and suddenly somebody gets a 24-hour timeout when it should have been 10 minutes. Our bad. Sorry about that. Reach out to me on the burner phone if you have any questions or concerns. I'd be happy to talk to any of you if there's a concern about the channel that way. That's what the burner phone's there. And yes, I do answer it. Usually 24 hours a day. So even when I shouldn't, I wake up and answer the burner phone. Ivan knows that. He's called me at 2 a.m. So
I will say, Adam, I will apologize to you, and you know why. Scott just kind of mentioned it. When chat starts flying, we sometimes click on the wrong names, or sometimes one mod has a discussion with somebody and gives a warning when another mod doesn't know and times you out. So it's a timeout. Take it in stride. It's not permanent.
We love you all.
But when we ask you, we do. We love you. And this is a very family-friendly show. All of the shenanigans happen on the evening streams, not here. We do have kids that enjoy true crime and are learning about the legal system.
I can tell you that there are homeschool groups who use some of this stuff to teach different principles about how the court system works and how they get to see it in person without actually having to travel to a court and the difficulties and everything involved in that. So with the daytime stream, I realize we can't control what the prosecutor says. And parents, I'm sorry about that. That element is always possible there, but as much as we can, we try to make this a family-friendly, fun place. We're not so safe that no one's feelings will ever get hurt. It's impossible to really critique things and do that at the same time. But we try to at least be thoughtful and respectful to people. So I appreciate that. Amber, thank you so much. And you and all the mods for the great work you guys are doing. And
absolutely. Happy to be here. We love being here with y'all and keeping this community the way we've built this channel. So we all love being here. We just want to make sure it stays that way. And Adam, I did see your message that you said that you forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. I think all the timeouts we issued have expired, so everyone's back. We did. Thank you, Amber. I'll let you go. We just have a few minutes of. Oh, I hung up on her as she was saying bye. Sorry, Amber. We did just have a few minutes of. I've learned that on verdict days, when other courts have a verdict. First of all, I love some of the great content creators that are YouTube adjacent or LawTube adjacent on YouTube or on LawTube, and they do great work. And especially when they've put in a lot of effort following a trial and keeping everyone informed and putting together content and analysis. I feel it's my duty, just out of respect for the work they've done, to not sort of spoil the big finish, which is the verdict. And so we'd ask you that if we're not following the case on the verdict, unless it's something that's just way out there, just try not to share it here. There are so many people who do replay other shows at night. Let's see. We have Thal is on the phone. Thal, my friend, how are you doing?
Pretty good, buddy. How you doing?
Great. Absolutely great.
Listen. I got two things to say to you, my little friend, my little cognito. All right, buddy.
Hang on.
All right, you ready?
Wait. Let me test the button to make sure it's working. Yeah, it's good. Go ahead.
Listen, this is for you and the mods, okay? The mods. All right. Me in the chat, okay? We love the tackle hugs. Yes. So don't you come in here into our house, chat's house, telling us we can't have the tackle hugs. All right? Don't you come in here to our house, big man with a microphone and a channel, whatever.
Wait, you're going to have to just turn down your volume. Thal, for those that don't know, Thal's a good friend of the channel. Tackle hugs have been something that Thal has been giving out to friends and foes in chat for quite a while. And it is a sign of affection. If you get a tackle hug, receive it in the attitude in which it was given, which is one of friendship and fun. So thank you, Thal. We do appreciate the tackle hugs.
just if for them, just if you get a tackle hug for me, think of it like Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah.
Okay? Whether you want one or not, I'm going to hit you with it because that's what Tiggers do, baby.
You're going to end up a little scratched up and scuffed and bruised, but it was a sign of love. And so,
yeah, exactly.
It's good. Love
okay,
it.
and second thing about what happened on when they were talking on the thing, right?
Yeah.
And they said the naughty word in court, right?
Yes,
or was
they
it
did.
chat?
It was court.
Oh, in court?
Yeah.
Okay. Listen. I have it on good authority. That was totally and completely Weather Watch's fault. I'm just saying, okay? He controls everything. It is Weather Watch's fault. We need as
Blame my
as a
podcast
community,
partner.
That's right. We need to come together and blame who it is correct to blame.
I think
I'm
I
not
saw.
saying it's his fault. I'm saying we blame him.
I think
Two
I
totally
saw
different
Thomas. I think I saw Thomas try to ban the prosecutor from chat. That's what I think I saw happen during that time.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Well, once again, he's producing hard feelings, and that's just he's a little troublemaker. I don't know why you keep him around.
No, we love him. We love him. He's great. Thal, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the lighthearted moments of levity that we need in a trial like this. Good to have you on the phone again. But,
you too, buddy. I'll see you.
I'm still nervous. My finger is hovering on the beep button, and so I'm going to let you go for my own sanity's sake. All right. We'll see you,
see you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
Amber, I'm sorry I hung up on you. I really am. Are you just going to say goodbye, or is there something else?
No, I saw a question in chat, and I wanted to address it for everybody because my response in chat isn't going to be seen, especially after Saul calls in after not being around for so long.
It was about the violence, right?
No.
Okay.
No. Somebody was asking how you know if you're timed out. Well, when you're timed out, similar to slow mode, when we set slow mode on the chat, it only affects those who are not in green in chat. Their names are not in green. So we set slow mode to a certain time frame. Right now, I believe it's at 2 minutes, and once everything settles down, it will probably move down from 2 minutes. But when you try to send a chat when you're timed out, or if you're caught on slow mode, when you hit the send button, it's going to not post your comment and pop up with usually like a little white bubble that says you're unable to chat for however many more minutes. And that's how long you know you can't chat.
Yeah, and
so
that might be your first indication that you might have strayed outside of the lines a little bit. And don't think
if
that
you're not caught by slow mode.
Yeah. So it looks very similar to slow mode, but that's all.
Similar, but the times are different. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood how that works.
I will tell you that I went straight to 30 minutes on all the verdict spoilers. 30-minute timeout. I didn't do any 2 minute. I didn't waste my time. I went straight to 30. So.
And I will say I am sorry to chat. I do own up to my own mistakes and faults. I did post a breaking comment that the verdict had been reached, but not what it was, because one, it wasn't out yet. Yeah. But we do announce stuff like something has been reached or something has happened in this case. If you were following it and you want to know that,
and if you wanted to jump over to the other streamer who was following that case, that's the great time to do it. So you can catch it live with the community you watched it with, and I love that. I'm not like hoarding viewers to not let them go where they want. I think that LawTube, that this true crime element of YouTube is better with more people in it and different perspectives and different personalities.
Absolutely.
And coverage. So
there's enough true crime to go around.
there's more than enough crime to go around, unfortunately. Some days there's just way too much. Amber, thank you so much. I'll let you go back to work for no pay again. So continue your slave labor.
Thanks.
Appreciate
and just
Amber.
So you know, I got my mom now watching your trial. She's actually on yesterday's stream to figure out what this case is about, and I told her just to watch yesterday's.
Wow, that's it. Just jump into the deep end. Oh man, that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amber.
So she's now going to be watching too. So shout out to Mom when she watches this.
Yeah, Mom. Tomorrow we said hi today. Love you, Amber's mom. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate you.
All right, bye.
We'll see you. Bye. All right, Christy Queen, welcome to the jury. Brand new member. Thank you so much. Wonderful to have you here. Jurors get padded reserved seating, so you can type !seat in chat and just move right up to the jury box. Great view from court. The sound is great as well. We do everything we can for you to make sure you can hear. So just wonderful. This last witness, Sarah Zachary, who we still have pinned up on the top. I'm going to remove that now. It didn't play well. I don't believe that she is as forgetful as maybe she came across. That part wasn't convincing to me. It seemed that she remembered or was very willing to acknowledge things for the prosecution and then got very forgetful for the defense. And that's a common thing we see in witnesses that are scared to testify and are being grilled about difficult things in their life. But it seems that the impression I was left after Sarah Zachary left the stand is that she knows more than we heard. That there are bits that maybe her involvement is not exactly as we are led to believe. That's the gut feel. Now, we don't have any evidence to that. There's obviously some allegations. The defense is going to keep presenting that, and I think they did a good job with her. You know what you mentioned here, with her being so evasive, Julie. Her evasiveness got her in trouble, and she was impeached multiple times over things where she said yes or no, and then had to come back and qualify her answer. I think for the most part, she did qualify it in a way that it didn't invalidate her entire testimony, but you definitely got the feel that, I don't know, that she's hiding something is what I feel, that she's hiding something. And that's not good when you're trying to prove beyond a reasonable doubt anything from the prosecution. Once again, I think the prosecution went for a big finish. They tried to hit a home run on their redirect with the witness, and it's almost like they didn't prep the witness for the fact that they would be back up to bat again. And they're surprised by the questions. They're eager to finish because they just came off the grilling from the defense, and so they're eager to please and be done. And there's been a whiff where the answer comes out and it's not as expected. And prosecution, instead of having the big 1, 2, 3 bases loaded home run grand slam that they would like, you get this backdoor. Let's rephrase your answer that was wrong to make it right, and then lead you into at least having something that sounds good at the end. And that's what we've seen over and over and over with this prosecutor. All right. That said, we are on. We're going to go ahead and clear off Sarah's name, though she may be back. Prosecution says we reserve the right to recall her at a future time. Because why? Well, there's probably going to be some more testimony from people that Sarah works closely with, like, for instance, Seth Kinney. We expect him to be called today. And any minute now, we should get our courtroom video back for that. Let's see. Just off work. Interesting morning. It has been interesting, Ian. It's been really good. Let's see. Brandy's been covering the CT versus Trachonic case. Click the link that generates to be taken to her channel. That's right there. Brandy Churchwell. If you don't know Brandy Churchwell, she's a great friend of the channel. I love her. She's a chart lady, is what she is. That's how she came to be famous. That's how I found her on Twitter, is where we found her first. I found her there before she had a YouTube channel, and it's been fun to see her grow and just do amazing stuff. She's really good at taking data, especially a lot of data points in cases that are really complex, like with cell phone pings and tower information and timestamps, and consolidating all that into something that's readable and analyzable. Did I make that a new word? I think I made up a new word there. A suspected spam call. Who's this? It's probably not, but we'll try it anyway.
Call from
Britt Bottom.
Britt, I don't know why you come up as a suspected spam call every time. My phone doesn't like you for some reason.
My number is getting spoofed by scammers, and has been for like 2 months.
You lost the phone number lottery is what happened.
I guess.
You're the big loser.
Yeah.
What's on your mind, Britt?
So I actually made a graphic to send to people that are like, call or text me. I can't talk because I know that scammers have been calling them with my number. But anyway, so I missed this morning, so I have to go back and watch it. But I am.
Britt, can I have you call me back in just a minute? I've got a call I need to take, and I have to take it off the air. I apologize.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, just one second. And after all that, they hung up. I'm sorry, Britt. I'm sorry. That's there's a. I'm being set up as a vendor for a production thing. They need me to be Seth Kenny, but for tech gear. That's what's happening. And so because of that, they called, but they hung up. I'll call them back. It's all right. Britt, give me a call back if you can. We've got just a moment before court begins, but just know that judge might show up at any moment, and I might cut you off once again unceremoniously. So I do apologize. Rust too, says Libby. No, that was not the burner phone. That's the real deal. That was straight to my cell phone. That's how I knew who it was, and I recognized the number. So I will call them back. They know what I do. Priscilla Stevenson gifted 1 membership. Thank you very much. That went to Steph Sells Stuff by the. I was going to nail it. Steph Sells Stuff by the. Steph sells stuff by the seashore. First try. Got it. Yes. Congratulations, Steph, and good job. Thank you, Priscilla. That tongue twister gets me every time. Any idea who prosecution will call next? I think it's going to be Seth. I think we've got Seth next. It's logical that we go to him next. All right, we need you to fully focus on this job here. This isn't like an Armor job, Greeners. There's no like certification required to live stream. There's even very little training. It's sort of like on the job, learn as you go. The Seth Kenny of tech gear. Yeah, probably not the best analogy I could have made. Let's see. Can the mod send the link for the gift again? Yes, ! Gifts. There it is. There's the link. If you want to make yourself eligible for gifted memberships, which oftentimes are quite plentiful on this channel, we have some generous members that gift memberships. You have to click this link in chat. You have to scroll up to chat and find it and click it. And then when on the page that opens up, you make sure the slider is moved. The little button is moved to the right. So the little blue button is off to the right. And then you only have to do that one time. And then like this was Polar Bear Lover just gifted 5 memberships. You become eligible. YouTube does the picking. I don't know how, but we know that that YouTube likes people that frequently attend the channel and people that participate in chat. Britt Bottoms has forgiven me and is redialing.
Britt Bottoms.
Britt, talk fast. I promise not to hang up on you this time unless the judge shows up.
Okay, so I'm in the 100% guilty camp.
Okay.
I was just curious, is there anything at this point that would shift you to not guilty?
Oh, man. It would take, at this point, we would need some pretty hard evidence regarding, really the big thing for me is the source of the ammunition, right? Whatever happened with Alec, the training, that's bad, but training alone wouldn't get me to guilty on this one because there's so much confusion about that. I'm not sure who to believe. I mean, Dave Halls is like, yeah, she was perfect. She was like the spitting image of a poster child for all armorers worldwide. But I don't believe that either. I would say that we would have to see some evidence that that those rounds were placed maliciously by someone else. And still, even then, oh my goodness, even as I say that, that doesn't get her out of the responsibility because she has to check it. So. Yep. At that point, it would have to be the rounds were placed by somebody else, and someone else loaded the gun. Yeah. That's
we know she loaded the gun, right?
She admits to it, so I can't see a way out of that now.
No, so it doesn't look good for Alec either.
Yeah, it's I guess his lawyers are there in chat, sort of, or watching in the courtroom and keeping an eye on things as they develop. I don't know what they're going to go tell him. You know, on their little rendezvous after court, they're like, it's going to be, look, there's
he can still make a deal, right?
There's bad news, and he's the last one. What would he be giving up? Unless there's someone else to throw under the bus that is more culpable than him, which there may be, but he's the last person standing, and there's just nothing he has to offer to the state. Why would they offer him a deal at this point?
Yeah.
So I just don't see it. I think it looks bad. The best he can do is play that card where he's the actor and he depends on people to do their jobs around him. And yes, he had the ability, but not the responsibility.
that's his only defense.
Britt Bottoms, thank
That's
you.
my son in the background.
Wonderful, son. Welcome, child. Britt Bottoms, you got it all in before the judge came back from break, but she's late again, as usual. So wonderful, and I'm sorry about pushing you off the phone. I'll try not to do that.
No, you're good.
All right.
Oh, no worries. Okay.
Thank you, Britt. Great to talk to you.
I'm going to go watch now.
All right.
Okay.
We'll see
Bye.
you. Bye. Ellie Veldman also gifted 5 memberships. In addition, we had 5 come in from Druid IRL. And the previous, the whole thing, the gifting was kicked off by Polar Bear Lover. I think so. We had Polar Bear Lover, Druid IRL, Ellie Veldman, and one more, just to finish, Vicky Watson's, again, gifted a membership. Thank you for the generous gifts, as everyone is being made green, which makes chat a little bit hectic, honestly, as we have a good group here and many of us in green and not restricted by the slow mode. It gets fun. If I missed your message, please forgive me. I do apologize. We try to, if there's something important, the best way to let it catch my eye is to flag me in the message. And you can do that by typing @Recovery Addict or just Recovery Addict. Make sure it's spelled correctly, because if it is, it's caught by my software on my end and it shows up in orange on my screen. And that's just one way I can sort of just stand out from the rest. But I'd ask that you don't use it too much, because if all the messages have my name in it in orange, then it's just as bad as if none of them did. Tumwater Troy says, is Recovery Addict the tech master? Is there a position? Is that position available? And Tumwater Troy, thank you for gifting a membership as well. Appreciate your generosity. Love the input. Tumwater Troy is sort of like our man on the ground, one of our great people on the ground in the courtroom up in Thurston, Washington. So appreciate the insight you've been able to offer us on the many times we've visited that courtroom. Evidence of sabotage. That's what we need, Chris. That we need evidence of sabotage, but it has to be not just that the bullets were placed on the set because she checked them or was responsible for checking them. It has to be sabotage, and it has to happen after she checks it and before Alec Baldwin gets the firearm. I can't see any other way to get her out of the responsibility, her professional responsibility to ensure the safety on the set. For me, though, the tie goes to the defendant, says Sheila K. No matter the source, ultimately up to her to find it. The bald eagle is lacking muzzle discipline on those arrows, talking about the logo on the wall. What lessons have we learned from this trial? And taking, unless Alec loaded it, there's conspiracy. I don't think that would have happened. I realize that fits within the realm of it's possible. Like lightning could strike lightning, which could strike lightning, which could strike your golf ball midair. I mean, those things could happen. But in the realm of possibility, I put that, or probability, I put that much lower. I don't believe at all that Alec had any idea that there was even going to be an explosion like a blank, like the idea that gun would make even a pop sound when he was handling it. Probably had not even crossed his mind. That being said, he still shouldn't have pointed at people and pulled the trigger, if that is what's happened, because that's the testimony that we've heard from several people, even though he says something else happened. Any chance you and Runkle doing a joint stream? We've been together a couple times. Here's the problem, Hannah. Runkle's a night owl on the early end, and I'm a night owl, as I told you this morning, on the other side. So like the late end, which is, I guess, is early as well. I was up at just before 3 this morning filing court access requests and FOIA requests and things, and Runkle stays up late, and I get up early, and the two make it very difficult. And honestly, I think it makes it less pleasant for Ian. I'm fine with just sleeping on the set, but it doesn't make for captivating video on Runkle's part. We need a day free to stream. That's all. Ian is great. Ian is wonderful. Ian is one of the pillars of LawTube, and extremely knowledgeable. I love it. I love the take, the analysis. He shines in areas, especially with wit, where his analogies. If I could have half the analogies that he has just available on the tip of his tongue, I would be a happy man. But just great work. So I love any opportunity we get to work a little bit together. Hannah has sued Seth. Everyone sued each other. There's like the lawsuits are the civil side, but the criminal stuff is really what's impactful. Runkle is 2 hours behind you and stays up late. He's on that west coast of Canada, or at least the western portion of Canada, which is beautiful, by the way. Or so I hear. All right, Jessica, keep it up. Thank you for the super chat, Jessica. I appreciate that. Love it. We'll attempt to keep up our best efforts to make this something you enjoy participating with. The first time I got to be with Ian was during his fundraiser, during the live stream fundraiser where Ian had no sleep. So it was the other way around. Ian was the one who was tired and not feeling the best. And I think Rob reached out to me and asked if I'd be willing to pop on for a minute and help. And I jumped at the chance immediately, and it was amazing. Got to add a little bit of as far as merchandise items that could be auctioned off, and the chat over there was incredibly generous with the merchandise that it was just a hoodie that we were giving away, and they were just super generous, and it was wonderful to be a part of that. So that was a great experience. We need something that points in all different directions on the thumbnail. like a road sign. I like this. Angelique, this I can stand by. All my cameras are tied up with synced feeds right now, so I don't want to mess with the view, but I'll show you on the still image really quickly right here. The still image, I'm thinking one of those road signs that has like all the different directions to how many miles to every city, and it's like 700 miles to this one. I'm thinking if we put one of those signs somewhere, I'm a big fan of that. That is a great idea. I'll do a quick check off screen. What would you call that? It's like a fork in the road signs, but there's like 20 different forks and directions. Got some motion in court. Camera got kicked. Might be back in just a moment. Road direction sign. I'm basically asking how to Google this, which was a weird question because, it's pretty easy to figure out on your own. Okay, I can see one with 3. Oh, found it. Bingo. Nailed it. I'll get this added. It's going to be back by the trail, possibly behind the cat. Yep. The sign's not going to have anything on the words, mostly because it would be incredibly difficult for me to make all those little text boxes and have them visible. But just trust me when I tell you that we're going to have a nice little sign here indicating that everyone's fault is this direction or that direction. Send backwards, send backward. Okay, it's behind the cat. Needs to be not quite as tall as the monkey, gorilla. Okay. Bingo. All right. We'll show that when it's appropriate. All right, still late coming back from our lunch break. Christy 8 says, love the channel. I'm 4 days new here. Thank you. Christy, welcome. When you came in the door, I'm not sure if you noticed, but there's no handle on the inside, and it only swings one direction. So unless you're really good at running out through in turnstiles, you're here to stay. It's a one-way door. You can never leave. Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us. Charlie says, trail direction sign. Yes, we've got it, Charlie. And this is a great idea, Angelique. I love it. And I actually found very quickly a version that fits the motif of the thumbnail. I can't wait to share that with you. We'll have that on at least the lunchtime thumbnail before we go live after our lunch break. Kathy says the glasses on the owl need to be darker colors so we can see the owl with glasses. I agree. Either darker or brighter. They need to stand out more. And I'm thinking thicker rims or thicker frames might be the answer. I just haven't found the right pair. If somebody has an image of glasses that I can overlay, it has to be transparent so that the owl eyes show up through them, and they can't be like sunglasses. But if you can find an image that will work, and we're talking about, that's what we're working with over there, right on the right-hand side of the Bonanza Creek Ranch sign. But I can resize it. I just need it to be an alpha channel in the background, which means it's transparent, or a solid color that I can remove with one click, because I'm all about the one click photo editing. That's about how my skill is. I'm fine with updating. And also the pocket. One last look at this. The pocket is right above my head right now. The pocket on the Butte. If we can find a thicker lined version of that so it's a little more apparent, that would also be appropriate. Both of those can be upgraded. All right, as we begin, we're waiting for prosecution to, in just a minute, once the jury's back, we're waiting for the prosecution to call their next witness. And we've seen, as far as the witnesses, let's see, we had Dave Hall. Do we have Beth Smith and Seth Kenny? I'm trying to remember who Beth Smith is, but that was somebody who's on the list that might be called. But Seth Kenny is, I think, the last looming name out there that we're waiting for. What about putting glasses on the gorilla? They would have, the gorilla is with the black fur, the pink glasses would show up. I'll do a quick test on that. Also offline because all my inputs are tied up. Let's see if I can. If we move them on the gorilla. These are pink and they sort of blend in. Well, I'll show you. I'll leave it like this for lunch. Okay, we're coming back to court right now, so let's see where we are. I'm just going to adjust the glasses just a tiny bit on the gorilla. Oh, they don't work because it's got a very wide nose. It looks bad.
All right, you may be seated. Call your next witness.
The state calls Joel Souza.
Oh, Joel Souza, victim. The only surviving victim. And I believe because he is a victim, he's been allowed to stay in the courtroom. Is that?
For the judge, raise your right hand.
I'm not sure if that's.
You swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Thank you.
And that water is for you.
Well, thank you.
Free water.
I apologize. Mr. Souza, for the record, just state your full name.
Joel Souza.
And Mr. Souza, what? Oh, I apologize. Testing. Okay. Okay. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a screenwriter and a director.
I want you to move that microphone a little closer to
Sure.
you. Thank you. How long have you been a screenwriter and a director?
Oh gosh, I've been a working screenwriter and director for. I wrote before I directed, so 20 years on the writing. Gosh, let me date myself here. 15 years directing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How did you become involved in the movie Rust?
I had made a movie called Crown Vic that came out, I think, in
about cop cars?
2018 or 2019. And there was a time when the actor Alec Baldwin was going to be starring in that movie. And as happens with independent movies, you get ready to go, your financing falls apart, you push the boulder uphill again, your financing falls apart, you rinse and repeat endlessly, sometimes it seems like. But the schedule sort of ran out on us and he wasn't able to star in it. He stayed on as a producer. After that movie, he liked it, and I think he felt like he missed out or something. So we talked about doing another project together with him as an actor. And I had a couple of things in mind, one of which I wanted to make a Western. And he thought that sounded interesting. And so he hired me to write the script.
Okay, so you actually wrote the script for Rust.
Yeah.
And then at some point, did you begin preparations to actually turn that script into a movie?
Yeah, and it was sort of a similar situation with the one I talked about before. You meet with a lot of different people who hopefully can put financing together for you for the movie, and you get close and then it would fall apart and get close. You have these different iterations and you start thinking about where you're going to film. But eventually, yeah, a group of producers came on that was able to secure financing for it. And so then the discussions began about where you would film. New Mexico has a pretty robust tax incentive and works for many reasons for a Western. And then, yeah, so from that point forward, it was sort of, we would kind of in earnest begin to start preparing to go into what's called pre-production, which is just a period in the months before you actually start filming.
And how did Ms. Hutchins become involved in the movie Rust?
So over time, just generally as a director, if I would see the work of a cinematographer that I admired, I would just make a note of it, make a note of their name. And I had seen a trailer for a movie she did. I think it was called Arch Enemy. And I just was impressed visually. It looked like something that was sort of it fit my style. And so I looked into some of her other work, and I had added her to a list of other names I had put together over the years. I can't remember what publication, if it was an American cinematographer or something like that, but they had named her one of 10 cinematographers to watch. That's a big deal. And so when the time came, generally I would ask one of the producers to start, if you could, reach out to their agents, and I could start talking to people, and these are the people I'm most interested in, and they would do that and see who's available and who's not. And then I can't remember the exact number of people I spoke to, the exact number of cinematographers. It was a decent amount, more than 7 or 8. And but we had it was all over Zoom. We were in the middle of COVID still. We had a very long Zoom conversation where it's those kind of great conversations where first you're sort of talking about what are your influences, what are your that, and by the end you're just enjoying a great conversation. And in the end, it had come down to her and a few other women who I was a fan of, and they were all excellent, but something about Helena we were really, really, really in tune with what we both thought the movie should be. She had some really interesting references she would make. My references would always tend to be a little more mainstream, and she would be talking about some avant-garde Russian filmmaker, and that's a hole in my game, and she was going to fill it, and I loved that. And so that's how I asked the producers to told them that's who I wanted. Please don't botch the deal, and because she's great, and so that's how we came to work together. So.
And during the time that you knew Ms. Hutchins, did you get to know anything about her background? Yeah. I mean, she has this backstory that you don't forget when you hear it, right? I mean, she was born in the Ukraine, and but she'll tell you, she says, oh yeah, I grew up in this naval submarine base in the Arctic Circle, and you don't hear that generally every day.
Objection relevance. I'm not sure what else they have here. I think the judge is going to overrule this one. She gives a little leeway. She gives a lot of leeway. I personally like this. This isn't a traditional murder trial, but there was someone that passed away that Helena lost her life here, and she really hasn't been portrayed, in detail like this. So I think that that if Joel can paint this picture and give her backstory, I think that's helpful for the jury.
Mr. Souza, without saying anything that Ms. Hutchins said to you,
So hearsay might have been the objection.
can you give the jury an idea of the kind of education and training that Ms. Hutchins received after she came to the United States?
Yeah, I know that she had spent a little time at the University of South Carolina. It's my understanding that's where her and Matt actually met.
And who's Matt?
Her husband.
Okay.
It would have been her husband, Matt Hutchins. I know she did the program at UCLA. I think it was the producer's program. I know she did the master's program at AFI, American Film Institute.
And do you recall when she completed the master's program through AFI?
Oh, that I'm not sure. Gosh.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm not sure when. I know she did. She was very, very interconnected with AFI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did her background and training, did that go into part of your decision to bring her onto this project?
Yeah, it's, I'm always impressed when AFI is a prestigious name in our business. I think it's always impressive to me when someone goes through there. I think as a woman cinematographer, I think that's doubly impressive, just because if you look at the numbers in this business, they're sort of atrocious in that regard. But yeah, I think, in that coupled with the work I'd seen from her, and just, she was very keen to do a Western, as I think all filmmakers are, because it's just a really interesting thing to do visually.
Okay.
And, but I think between those things, between her work and her, her background, I think she was kind of a no-brainer to me.
At some point, did you and Ms. Hutchins come to Santa Fe to begin pre-production work on Rust?
We did, yes.
Approximately when was that?
Oh gosh, let me think back about this. We filmed sorry, I don't want to conflate it with the second go-round. We were filming in October that time, so I believe we would have come out, if I go back, September I guess it would have been late August. Yeah, or the tail end of August or beginning of September. But yeah, we both came out around the same time. She came from Los Angeles. I live up in the San Francisco Bay Area, so I came from there. And I think she might have gotten there either the day before or after me.
Can you explain to the jury how other members of the crew are hired? What goes into hiring camera people and armorers and prop assistants?
Sure. I think the department heads will sort of pick their team. Like for the camera team, Helena would put the word out. She'd go to people she'd worked with before. She would, through the union maybe, or, she would basically collect resumes of people, collect, recommendations from people. She would make the choices of who she would hire on a camera team. In terms of, the production designer is the head of the art department. So he would pick his prop master, his set decorator, his and then those people would also then pick armorer and prop assistants and people like that. The department heads would generally sort of hire their own, or at least interview and then recommend the hires to the production office.
Okay. And approximately, if you recall, when did you first meet Ms. Gutierrez?
In person, I had a phone call with her before I ever met her. One of the folks from the production office, I can't remember if it was Gabby or Roe, had told me that they had found an armorer. They told me that it was Hannah Gutierrez Reed. I had, of course, heard of Thel Reed In the business, who hasn't? And so they told me that they had found her. I was keen on having what's called a show and tell, where you would basically have all the weapons that would be used for the movie more or less laid out on tables, and you would then match the cast up with what looks best for their characters and makes the most sense story-wise. And so I wanted to have that, and so the production had her call me, and she introduced herself to me, and we spoke over the phone the first time then. And then a few days later, I can't remember exactly how much, it was a day later, a few days later, I met her in person at the show and tell, and then she was training people that day as well.
And at some point, I presume that filming begins and a lot of work begins. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the pre-production itself is an enormous undertaking as well. But we eventually got to our first day of filming, yes.
I want to ask you a couple of, prior to your work on Rust, had you worked on any other movies where there were real firearms and an armorer?
The movie I had done before Crown Vic was a movie about police. And although most of the movie was spent with the two characters driving in a car, so they didn't have anything on them, there were a few occasions we had some armorer days where, there were police weapons and then an armorer there with that.
Do you recall how many days you got to experience an armorer on set?
Maybe 3 or something, like 3 or 4. It wasn't an enormous amount of days, but we didn't have there was not a lot of gunfire on that movie, frankly.
Okay. Can you give us an idea of what your focus is in a given day on the set?
Yeah, it's mostly about like who you work with and interact with most. My most direct interactions are with my director of photography, and there's a byproduct of that, the camera team. But you're also talking to wardrobe and production design a lot because you're moving from set to set. They're asking you, is this right? Is this okay? Is this okay? So in general, I would work, my script supervisor is always there with me as well. But in general, you work with the creative departments. You are spending a ton of time with your cast, with your actors. You're blocking the scenes out. You're walking them through their performances. You're sort of getting on the same page together.
Are you largely focused on the behavior of the armorer?
No. No, I mean, you see them when they are there at set, but no, I don't generally interact with the armorer during the course of the day on set.
Okay. And let me ask you, after the show and tell and the training that you described, did you reach out to Ms. Gutierrez and compliment her?
Well, there was a day so I think, if memory serves, I think the first day of gunfire on the movie was day 3, because that was sort of, that day was on my mind from Jump Street with this production, because it was our biggest day of the movie. It was, just to give you sort of an idea of the scale of the day, it was not just, we had, a large part of the day was there was an enormous shootout going on between these bad guys and good guys. I think 4 people on one side and 4 people on the other side. There's an enormous amount of stunt work that goes with that. There's gunfire, there's the actors, but then before that there's also, we were walking the characters through town, so the town was filled with background, which is what we call the extras who come. There were horses, there were wagons. It was an enormous day. And at the end of the day, we had made it. And it was a tough day. And when we have days like that, I generally like to go around and thank folks and congratulate people on doing a good job. If I texted her that day, it would have been because I guess I just didn't find her on set at the end of it. But the day came off, and I think, everybody had a big part in that, so.
Okay. And after that day, you were complimentary of her?
After that day?
Or on that day?
On that day, yeah.
And you were complimentary of the other folks on set that day.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, I don't know if anyone's ever spent time on set, but it's quite a thing to see. The people,
Okay.
it's just a lot of professionals doing some pretty amazing stuff, so.
Okay, great. Can you explain to the jury what Video Village is and specifically what it was on the set of Rust?
So Video Village is basically a sort of large awning or tented area. There'll be a lot of chairs inside there for cast to sit, producers to sit. There's generally a chair for me, which I should have used and never did. I just tend to stay on my feet all day. And then there will be monitors that are basically a feed to the cameras that we're using. So you can watch what the camera sees essentially from what they call Video Village. So you can watch the takes as we're doing them. Sometimes as a director you'll watch from Village, sometimes you'll watch from set. I think every director has a different way they like to do it. For me, it's kind of a mix.
And inside Video Village, can you see what the camera sees when the cameras are not rolling?
Yeah, as long as the monitors are up. Sometimes you're dealing with wireless transmitters and things, and it seems like on any set I've ever been on, people are constantly kind of running behind the monitors and fussing with cables and transmitters and things, and monitors not down, and then it's up, and then it's down. But in general, yeah, you can see whatever the camera sees. If the camera's powered on, you can see what's going on.
Based on your experience as the director of Rust, was Video Village a place that you would frequently encounter Ms. Gutierrez?
No, you don't ever see it. Armorers are never in Video Village. They should be next to set.
Can you recall a single time that you saw Ms. Gutierrez in Video Village?
No.
All right.
Ooh, she said she would hang out there, right?
And can you tell the jury generally what your understanding was of where the armor is supposed to be if the actors are using their prop guns that are real? They're real revolvers that they're using as prop. Where's the armor supposed to be?
Basically off camera. I mean, there's crew on set, so you'll sort of behind the camera, there are grips, there's the operators, there's sort of the people that are sort of where the camera can't see them, and you would generally expect the armor to be just sort of standing off screen, ready to hand or retrieve when we're starting or finishing the weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you ever under the impression, based on your experience, that it would be appropriate for the armorer to leave real weapons with actors and then leave the area?
No, that wouldn't be what an armorer should do, at least in my experience.
Okay.
He only has one other
And
video with armor
can you
experience,
give
right?
the jury an idea of, at the beginning of the filming of Rust, did you even understand what a dummy round was?
Not really. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of exposure to that kind of stuff before. I wonder, I don't exactly have a clear memory of it. I have a feeling the first time I heard the word dummy is after everything happened, to be frank.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, during the time that you were the director on Rust, and to be clear, you are directing the scenes.
Yes.
So when the actors are outfitted with their revolvers and they're preparing to film the scene, you're the person that's there directing. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm talking it through with the actors, yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to see Ms. Gutierrez engage in her armorer duties by providing firearms to actors or retrieving those firearms?
Yeah, I remember times seeing her do that. I do, yes.
Was there ever a time, well, let me ask you this, when we talk about how the armorer and the assistant director do are you familiar with the way that the armor and the assistant director are supposed to do a safety check of guns?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I have a pretty good understanding of it.
Okay. And what is your understanding of whether or not the armorer should load the gun in the presence of the assistant director?
Ooh, to be honest, that I don't really know.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's supposed to come to that moment loaded or if they're supposed to do it in that exact moment. That I'm not certain.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez load a gun with dummy rounds in the presence of the actor or the assistant director?
I mean, gosh, nothing that really sticks out to me. I remember times when she would call out what was in it, but I don't remember really seeing her specifically putting things in.
Okay. Do you ever recall any safety checks where you saw Ms. Gutierrez shake rounds before loading them into the gun?
I never saw anyone shake a round, no.
Thank you. What is your understanding of the overall, I would say, for lack of a better word, the overall amount of power that the armorer has over the firearms and ammunition on the set?
Well, I would say that specifically since it's such a safety matter and it's such a specialized matter, that there's really no one on set that should be able to override the armor in terms of the weapons, the ammunition, how they're handled, anything. What the armorer says goes.
And would that include the star actor and producer, Mr. Baldwin?
It would include anybody, yeah.
Okay.
For the magical number.
I want to ask you a little bit about the COVID protocols that were in place on the set of Rest.
Mm-hmm.
We understand that this was during COVID. Tell us how that worked.
Yeah, it was during COVID. We would come to set in the mornings. You'd get in a big line. They would have the people doing the testing. There was, I believe we had like a trailer there that where there was a specific kind of testing you would do that would be more like the quick nasal swab, and then there was the kind that would take longer to process. They would do both. People would mask, particularly indoors, were encouraged to. I think, everyone tried to be extremely careful, and to my knowledge, we never had a positive test on the show.
Okay. Was there any kind of a requirement on the set that people needed to leave, let's say, the church or another indoor filming area to reduce the number of people inside due to COVID?
Nothing I ever heard of. No, there was the people who had to be there. So.
I am going to let me ask you. You wrote the script, so
Mm-hmm.
are you familiar with all of the scenes that were to be recorded in this movie?
Yep.
You understand now what dummy rounds are used for?
Yeah, they're essentially, you put them in so that if there's a close-up on the gun, there is something that is in the gun that is inert, that can't do anything, but looks like there's a bullet in the gun.
To the best of your recollection, was there ever a close-up scene of an actor or a stuntman loading or unloading the lever-action rifle that was assigned to Mr. Baldwin?
No, there was not.
Based on your understanding of the scenes in the script, can you think of any reason that dummy rounds would have been placed inside that rifle for filming?
No, I think, if my memory serves, I believe the only thing that rifle was going to be used for, there's one scene where it fires and accidentally kills somebody, but we were never going to have the rifle fire in any way because it's an underage actor in that scene holding the weapon, and so we were just going to CGI the gun blast.
Okay. And when you say CGI,
just computer effects. You put a fake gunshot in digitally in the special effects process after you've filmed.
And hypothetically, if that rifle was going to be used for actual firing, would it have blanks in it and not dummies?
Your Honor, object.
Approach.
Hypothetically, not asking to speculate. What's the objections here? Well, possibly asking to speculate because he didn't know at the time, and he's learned all his information about the occurrences of how the armor works and about the dummies and stuff post this incident. So he's speaking with present day experience, but not of the at the time. It's also not his expertise. I agree. And there's leading. Yeah, we can throw that one in there. Let's put all the objections into one big bundle. And hey, let's throw relevance in there as well because it's the rifle. The rifle wasn't involved in this incident. He's not an expert as an armorer, so he is speculating as a non-expert. Let's see if she moves on. She moves on. Or maybe she'll come in from a different angle.
To be clear,
different angle.
Can you think of any reason, and I mean sustained. In terms of cinematography and what you understood about the filming of the scenes, that rifle needed to have dummy rounds?
We wouldn't see them. I mean, dummies are purely visual. If they go into the rifle, they disappear into the rifle, so you wouldn't see them, so you wouldn't need dummies in the rifle.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to take you to October 21st of 2021. Can you explain to the jury how that day began?
Yeah, we got there early as we always did. It was still dark. Gaffer was waiting there for me with mittens and a hat for both me and Helena, as he always did.
And who was the gaffer?
Serge Svetnoy.
Okay.
And good old Serge with the mittens.
And we had realized that I think it was 6 members of the camera team were going to be leaving. And so we knew we were going to not get started really. It was very early. I think Helena knew that they were going to have to start finding other local folks that were available for work to get us there. And so things started a little later that day than they generally did. And once, I don't remember exactly the number of people that were brought in after the other team had left. I'm gonna stop you right
there. In your experience in the film industry, is it unusual for this kind of a disagreement to occur between production and the camera team?
I haven't had it happen on one of the movies I've directed, but I know other folks who have had that happen, yes.
And were you particularly concerned about whether the cameramen that quit were disgruntled or had any malintent towards the filming?
I wasn't concerned about anybody having any malintent. I think there was a decent amount of acrimony between them and the production office and producers over some things that have been sort of going back and forth. I think they sort of, as there should, they tried to sort of, keep that thing away from me. But I hear things, what's going on? You want people to be happy. You want people to feel good about what they're doing. So
acrimony, bitterness, or ill feeling.
Did you think that the camera crew's decision to leave was somewhat reasonable?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I wouldn't want to answer for them. I knew it was going to put us behind the 8 ball a little bit, but then again, people have their concerns. People have bills to pay. They have their own needs. At the end of the day, they did what they did. When they left, I went and shook hands, and I had no hard feelings, and I hope they had no hard feelings toward me, and said I hope we would work together again, because frankly they were pretty darn good at what they did. Okay. But I think, again, I'm not 100% privy to all the goings on there, but I think people have their concerns and the things they need to do. I think they felt they did what was right. So
okay. So you get to set, you understand that you're going to lose the camera crew, and I think we left off where Ms. Hutchins was going to try to fill some of those roles.
Yeah, I think between, Helena and I think the production office, they would start putting out some feelers in an urgent manner that we need, And so then at some point, some folks came. I don't know exactly how many, there might have been 3 or 4. We were going to be down a camera that day because one of the folks that left was the A camera operator. And so we knew we were going to be operating under only one camera for the rest of the day, which, sometimes you do only use one camera when you're filming, but that's going to slow you down, because sometimes when you're filming, you can have 2 cameras catching something at once, and now you're going to need to do that twice. So it's going to take twice the time. And so, we were sort of gearing up and girding ourselves for that, and talking about our plan for the day, how we were going to go about this, because it was already, schedule-wise, it was already going to be a difficult day.
So what was the plan for the day?
The plan for me, as I saw it, I sort of took Dave, our first assistant director, aside, and Helena, and just said, look, I think we all understand when you look at this day as scheduled, we're not going to make this. This is not going to happen. And what I don't want to do is start short-changing the scenes that we have in front of us. What we're going to do is we are going to do the scenes that are in front of us. We're going to do them properly. We're going to work our way through. And whatever's left at the end of the day, we can't control that. That's left at the end of the day, and we'll have to figure out tomorrow. But today we're going to do what we can.
Okay. And so if you recall, approximately what time were you able to get filming underway?
It might have been like 9-something. I seem to remember 9-something, because that's, you're getting going a couple hours late at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you recall, what were the first, what were the scenes that were filmed in that session before lunch?
Yeah, we were sort of tucked into a corner of the town. It's a scene where the head lawman in the movie, character's name is Wood. He brings a few other lawmen into town, so it's a decent sized undertaking in that you've got animals. I think we had a mule or a donkey there, and some other animals. We had horses, wagons, a lot of extras. And you have these 3 characters riding into town at a decent pace and then coming in. It was essentially, it's before a scene and after a scene, if that makes sense. We were filming the first part of a scene where they ride into town. At a different time, we had already filmed the scene where they would walk in to have this business they were dealing with. And then we were filming again their exit.
And during the filming of those scenes, were there any close-up shots of revolvers that would have made the use of dummy rounds appropriate that you can recall?
We did no close-ups in those. It was wide versions of them riding into town and then getting off. It wasn't a lot of shots, to be honest, because you have something that big and pretty, you sort of tend to back up a little bit and show it off. And then when they were leaving, it was the character, I'll tell you exactly what it was. His foot goes into the holster. We come up with camera to reveal him getting onto his horse and 2 men behind him, and then they ride out. That starts at what's sort of more termed as a medium shot and then becomes a wide shot as they leave.
And were there any other scenes that were filmed prior to lunch other than that one?
After we finished on that end of town, we moved up the road to the church and filmed a good amount of interior stuff in the church.
And the scenes inside the church, did those involve Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
And if you know, were those scenes filmed in such close proximity that dummy rounds may be advisable?
I think a few shots, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and for other characters too. Because we'd also filmed the marshals coming in. Essentially, the scene is the young boy helps his grandfather in. We filmed that a few times. He sits him down in a church pew, and then the boy runs out to get help.
And let me stop you.
Yeah.
The grandfather of the young boy.
I'm sorry, is Alex. The character's name is Harlan Rust.
And that's Mr. Baldwin's character.
And the boy his character's called Lucas.
Okay.
So Lucas brings Rust in. Rust has been shot in a previous scene. He's bleeding. The boy's going to go try to find help. He runs out. Then the lawmen come in, which we filmed, them coming in, fanning out around the church, talking to the Rust character, and the Rust character slumped over in the pew. So we filmed most of, if not all of the pieces of the lawmen coming in, looking that way. We filmed a good portion of the pieces of the characters, the Rust and Lucas coming in before that.
Okay.
We did that all before lunch.
Okay. And after the filming of those scenes, what happened?
After the filming of that part of the scene, it was time for lunch. They called lunch.
When they call lunch, where do you go?
We had, everyone tends to get in the vans and go back to base camp. I remember Alec was still there as people were clearing out, and he and I and Helena talked a little bit about what was still to come, because we were going to pick literally right up where we left off after lunch. And people would go to get in the pass vans. It wasn't very far, but there was a decent sized hill they would have to go over, so they would just sort of, it would be faster to drive them in vans over to where we would have lunch.
Okay. And what happened when lunch was over?
Lunch was over, everybody migrates back to the church, and you pick up where you left off.
Were you inside the church immediately after lunch was over?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you stay inside the church the entire time between when lunch ended and when the shooting occurred?
No. I at a certain point went outside of the church.
And why were you doing that?
So when we were setting up the camera angle, we were talking about what the shot was supposed to be. And forgive me if I over-explain this, but the scene is very tense, right? And so you achieve that through editing and camera angles. And so you want to see Rust sitting there. Is he dead? Is he alive? The men coming closer, they're ordering him to give up. And then you cut to close-ups, and you're cutting from the character to the lawmen back and forth. And the first shot was supposed to essentially be the first moment we might realize that Rust is not, in fact, as injured as we might have thought. And so it was going to be a close-up on the weapon coming out of the holster.
The eyes opening.
And so we talked about that a little bit. Helena and I had talked, and there's Reed there, Serge was there. They're talking about the lighting. And then at a certain point, it's time to set the camera angle up. It's not a rehearsal yet. You're just sort of what they call auditioning the shot. Like, do you like this camera angle?
Okay.
And so once they do that, the camera was on the dolly, which is a gigantically heavy piece of equipment. And it was in the middle of an aisle between pews. So the pews were here and the dolly's in the middle. And when you're in a tight space like that, I generally, when they start moving the gear around, feel like I'm in the way. And so I got out of the way, went outside, and I figured, we still had one monitor. There was no village anymore that day, or that I'm aware of. Not in the traditional sense that there would be monitors lined up, but there was still a monitor that I could see the camera through.
Where was that monitor?
That was outside of the church. I don't remember if they had it on a stand or if it was on a cart. It was not a big one, but they were trying to get image up on the monitor having come back from lunch. And after a time, the image was just not coming up. And so I decided, before they get too far afield, if they're sort of setting this up in a way that I think isn't going to work, I would like to at least stop them and say, no, let's move it here. And So that's when I went back inside to have a look.
So at any point in time, did you see Ms. Gutierrez enter the church with the firearm?
No, it wasn't. I wasn't aware of her coming in or leaving or anything. There's just, the church was, there's an enormous amount going on. A million voices, it feels like. The special effects guys are rigging things up in the roof for debris for later on. When the shooting starts, there'll be debris falling down, and there are people working the lights. There are people moving the cameras. There's a lot going on, and so I didn't really register that.
Do you have any idea who provided Mr. Baldwin his revolver for the scene?
No, I mean, just beyond in a general sense about who's supposed to hand it off, but no, I didn't see anybody give it to him.
Okay. At some point, does Mr. Baldwin get his revolver?
I mean, he clearly had it. The interesting thing, I never saw him with it. I mean, he clearly had it because of what happened, but when I went in to look at to see what was going on with the camera angle, I remember there's sort of a big group kind of hovered around where he would be. He would be sitting in the pew. I just couldn't see him. I'm not the tallest guy in the world. And so what I wanted to do was get up behind Helena to try to sneak a look over her. There's a little tiny monitor on the side of the camera to at least see that, to see what it was looking like. But I never even got a look at that.
Okay. So explain to us when you're going into the church and why and what you do and what happens.
So I went inside again to try to see what the angle was. There were a lot of voices. I heard Alex's voice. I heard Helena's voice. Everyone sort of talking at once. I don't have a clear memory of how long I was standing behind her. I know I got up behind her just to try to see on the monitor, and there was an incredibly loud bang that was not like the half and quarter loads you hear on a set. Those are they're loud poofs and pops. This was deafening. And it felt like somebody had taken a baseball bat to my shoulder. I remember that distinctly, and sort of stumbling back and shouting. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Were you able to see Ms. Hutchins at that time?
I did. I remember sort of stumbling back, and I either fell to my knees or I was sitting, and I distinctly remember her being lowered to the ground. People had her sort of by either side, and I still didn't quite know what had happened. Nothing made sense. I remember initially thinking, had she been startled by it, and they were sitting her down as a result, and then I saw the blood on her back.
And to the best of your recollection, what happened after that?
It got very chaotic. I remember them laying me down. I remember them laying her down next to me. Although we were sort of facing in opposite directions, my head was this way, her head was that way. I remember a lot of panic. I still just couldn't figure out what had happened. I thought, was there something that had been stuck in the barrel that came out? But just nothing made sense. I remember our dolly grip, Ross, coming to sort of grab me and trying to call me, and then Matt Hemmer came in, and between the two of them, I remember they sort of tended to me and were pulling up and just trying to find out where there was a hole.
Do you recall, Mr. Souza, at any point in time during that general time after the gun went off, having any kind of an interaction with Ms. Gutierrez?
I remember at one point looking up and her standing there with another person or a few other people, and she looked distraught. And I remember her saying, I'm sorry, Joel," and I remember somebody just screaming at her, and they just ushered her out.
Okay. At some point in time, were you taken from the scene?
Yeah, it's funny, when I hear later about how long we laid there, it felt like 5 minutes. And I remember looking over and her looking back at me. And she had the biggest brown eyes I've ever seen. And then, but I don't remember who they took out first. They put me on some kind of stretcher and rolled me out.
And where did they take you?
They told me they were going to take me to they just said they were going to take me to the hospital, and I kept begging them to take me where she was, but they said they couldn't and that they would later. And they eventually took me to, I think it's Christus St. Vincent, I think that's what it's called, in Santa Fe.
And when you were at the hospital, did you have an understanding that you had been actually shot by a bullet?
No. I mean, I knew something got me, but they kept talking about this bullet, and it could not compute for me. I just kept saying, "You don't understand. No, this was a movie set. That's not possible. You don't get it." And they kept saying, No, it is. And I just keep insisting, "You don't understand, because this is not possible. It's just not possible that there's a live round. It just can't." And then they eventually maybe grew tired of my protesting about it, because they showed me the x-ray of my back, and there was a very large bullet in it.
Okay. And sir, do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez was inside the church at the time that the gun went off?
I don't know.
In your experience, would you have had an expectation that she would have been in the church?
Yeah, the armor would be where the gun is.
Okay.
The armor would be where the gun is. It's that simple.
I'll pass the witness.
I don't know what they have to do with this witness. He didn't fault her. I mean, he didn't observe a lot of what Hannah says she did safety-wise. So I'm not sure what they do here.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I have a few questions for you.
Sure.
So, Mr. Souza, I think before you testified that before the Rust movie, your experience with firearms was on Crown Vic. Is that correct?
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
Okay, and that was a movie you directed.
I directed and wrote Crown Vic, yeah.
And you wrote that, okay.
Yeah.
And that, I think you said, had a couple scenes involving firearms, is that right?
Well, where guns were fired, there were a few, yeah.
So you had an armorer on that set? Was that armorer full-time?
He was there for the days that the guns were going to be used or fired, yeah.
Is that the only occasion you've ever worked on a set with an armorer?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it fair to say your experience with working with armorers was fairly limited prior to
Up to that point, yeah.
Okay. So are you familiar with the SAG safety rules, where if the armorer or prop master are not present, a responsibility falls on the AD?
I don't think I ever really reviewed the SAG rules. I don't think I would have been aware of what a what the procedure would have been if the armor wasn't there. I think my assumption was always that the armor was supposed to be there.
Okay, and you made an assumption, but if there's a SAG rule that indicates that responsibility then falls on the AD, are you aware of that?
That's not a rule that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so you have not reviewed the SAG rules with respect to armors in general, or firearm safety in general?
No, I'm not a SAG member, so.
Okay.
But no, I haven't, no.
Okay.
That's the Screen Actors Guild is what he's talking about, SAG.
In the church at that time, Miss Gutierrez Reed was not present, and you don't remember?
I don't.
Okay, but Mr. Halls was. He was the first assistant director, correct?
He was the first assistant director, yes.
Now, you don't remember, I think you said, seeing who handed Mr. Baldwin the firearm.
That's correct.
And I think you said, sir, you don't remember Mr. Baldwin even having the revolver. You didn't see it. I mean, he had to have had it, but...
I know he had it before lunch.
Yeah.
I know he had to have had it for obvious reasons, but I didn't see him holding it in that. It never got to that.
Okay. So before lunch, did you see who handed Mr. Baldwin the revolver?
No. I remember at some point before lunch hearing Dave call out Colt gun, but I don't remember who handed it to him.
Okay, and that's Dave Halls?
Yeah.
And Mr. Halls called out Colt gun before lunch that you remember?
As I remember that, yeah.
Okay. Was the blocking done before lunch as well for that scene?
Well, I mean, there's a lot going on in that scene. We had sort of gotten to a certain point in it. What was coming next, we had not practiced before. What was coming next was essentially just picking up where we left off. But that was what's called an insert. It was an insert shot.
Okay, sir, and this insert shot, this was going to be after lunch?
It was our first shot up after lunch.
Okay. And was this an insert shot of an extreme close-up on the hand as it's pulling from the holster?
Yeah, it was what I had in mind was, again, I talked about it a little bit before, but you have the hand kind of coming out like this, pulling it, yeah.
And when you just demonstrated that, you had your hand coming across and pulling in front of you?
Correct.
Okay.
Because that's where his thing was up here, so it would have naturally been going that way.
And do you know whether from the script, whether that firearm was supposed to be pointed towards the camera?
Well, I mean, it's not a matter of the script, really. For that specific shot, it was literally just supposed to be the gun being pulled out sideways.
Okay, sir, and when you demonstrated that, you did not have your hand pointed forward?
No.
Okay. So in that extreme close-up shot, it was just supposed to be pulled out in front?
Right.
Okay.
It was very short.
Okay. And was that designed to be like an insert to build tension in the scene?
Yeah, you cut back and forth and back and forth.
Yes, they haven't said his name.
Okay, I understand.
When it says he, it doesn't count.
So at the time that occurred, after lunch, when you're doing that extreme close-up scene, was that called a blocking?
Yeah, it's sort of blocking for camera, yeah, to see, they want to see where the focus needs to be, and how it's going to look, which way the camera's going to be oriented, essentially. When I said auditioning the shot, it's essentially the same thing as the camera blocking for the shot.
So in essence, that scene is just setting up. There's not even filming going on at that point.
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to that, did you ever hear Mr. Baldwin insist on having his revolver for that scene?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Were you aware that generally during the movie he liked to have his hero guns?
I don't think it's unusual for actors to like that thing. I mean, again, in hindsight, it would have been easy to sort of say focus on that and think about it. At the time, I don't know that I had a sort of a clear understanding of that or not.
Okay.
I just don't want to speculate.
Right, absolutely. So your knowledge of that kind of firearm and in that particular scene, at that time it wasn't very extensive.
Right.
Okay. So in that scene there's a blocking and it's just going to be an extreme close-up. You were paying attention to the camera, as I understand. You're trying to look at the monitor?
Right. Like I said, I wanted to see what the angle was. Okay. But since the monitor wasn't up yet, I thought, well, I should go inside and try to catch a look at it there, because if it doesn't fit what I need to come next, They're very specific pieces I need.
Okay.
And if it doesn't fit what comes next, we should stop. There was not a lot of time to waste that day, so.
Absolutely. The day started off behind.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that your attention was focused on trying to get the right kind of camera angle for that extreme close-up?
Yeah, because there's no real performance at play there. It's more of a technical exercise. It's just, here's what I need to happen in this close-up in the editing room so that I can get this to work.
So at that time, and taking it back to that time, you're more focused on trying to get the scene set up. Your focus is not on looking around to see if Miss Gutierrez Reed is in the church. Is that fair?
I'd say that's fair, correct.
Okay. And so at the time, did it occur to you at all to look around and see if the armor is there, and if not, to call her, semi-call her?
No, I wouldn't say that it did.
Okay. And because at that time there wasn't even going to be more than just pulling out of a holster, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you didn't hear, you didn't know she was in the church, so obviously you didn't hear anybody go get her or call her back in.
Like I said, there were so many voices going on. I'm just trying to focus on what I can focus on at that point.
Absolutely. You described it, and I kind of get the picture in my head. It was a little bit, all kinds of things are going on at that moment. There's people trying to set up the cameras, and tell me if I'm wrong, or why don't you tell it in your words?
Well, there's just a lot of people moving in a lot of different directions. There's the special effects people hanging what are called poppers from the ceiling. They're sort of what I talk about. They will, during the gunfight, they will pop and then debris will come raining down. There are people positioning lights. There are people moving cameras. There are wardrobe people in and out. There are, there's just a lot. It's, and under normal circumstances, it's quite a thing to watch, frankly.
I also want to ask you on the long rifle, the Henry rifle, did you have much knowledge of how the Henry rifle works?
Beyond what I'd read about it when I was writing the script, no. I know it's a lever action, and that's what appealed to me in a visual sense. And but beyond that, not really, no.
Okay. Do you have much experience in general with knowing types of firearms, how they function?
No, outside of movies, I have nothing to do with guns.
Okay. Now, on that Henry rifle, there was one scene in the script where Mr. Baldwin's character is supposed to come out of the shack or whatever the structure is, and he's firing at the lawman. You remember that, sir?
Right.
And that involved, did that involve his hero gun, the Henry rifle?
He was carrying it. He was not going to be firing it. It proved impractical.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, do you know that the Henry rifle is made such that there's a plunger on the bottom, and when the rounds are loaded, you can see or not see if rounds are in that rifle?
No, like I said, I'm not any kind of expert on a rifle.
Okay. Part of the armor's duties, would you agree with, they're to
that was good to get
be
that in
there also for if the particular weapon Mr. Baldwin's holding needs to look like it's loaded, that's their job. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Because you got to have a realistic feel for the audience. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's the entire reason dummies exist.
Okay. And so if the Henry rifle, if you can see at the bottom whether rounds are loaded or dummy rounds are loaded or not, that would be something that you would want the armor to handle.
If it was required for the scene, yes.
Okay. And in that particular scene, Mr. Baldwin is going to confront these lawmen? Okay. Now, with regard to dummies, I think you said before Rust, you weren't very familiar with dummies either?
I wasn't really familiar with the term of it. I think, I guess it's, I would have assumed that there was, if I'd watch a Western and you see something and they have a gun pointed and there's something at the end of there's something in the cylinders or whatever those are called. I would assume there's something in there. I wouldn't quite know what it is, but
okay.
Yeah.
And you talked about on the second go-round in your direct, you completed the Rust filming?
We did.
And on that second filming, did you use wooden dummies?
I wouldn't even call them dummies because they didn't ever get loaded into anything. When there was a situation where we had to match previous shots, like on a bandolier where somebody had what would look like bullets, the armorer on that go-round had made them out of wood and then painted them and tucked them into the bandoliers.
Okay. And you know that the purpose of a dummy round is to look very like a live round.
Yeah.
Okay. When it comes to safety on the set, who is the person in general that's responsible?
Well, I think in a general sense, I mean, the first assistant director is the safety officer on set. But beyond that, I think it also, you know, there's a set is generally a reel if you see something, say something, things. So everybody is responsible to some degree to try to make sure there's a safe work environment. In terms of our safety officer, and who, I mean, generally the first AD is the safety officer.
And what you just said, and first AD is in charge of that, but if anybody on set sees something unsafe, they should say something.
Yes, I think an example would be if there's a extension cord that's not taped down, or there's, you know, something that someone could hit their head on or something. You want to try to head those things off. There are a lot of sharp corners on movie sets.
Now, ultimately, with regard to safety, the producers are where the buck stops. Do you agree with that?
I think the producers are the people who write the checks are generally where the buck stops on everything in life. I don't think a movie set is any different.
One other portion, Mr. Baldwin, when you talked about earlier about the armorer saying something to him, did you ever communicate to the armorer if she had issues that she needed to confront Mr. Baldwin or tell Mr. Baldwin, or did you ever say anything about that?
I don't think we ever talked about that. I think she and I might have had 2 conversations all told.
Okay.
But that wouldn't have been one of them.
Okay. And would you agree with me, Mr. Baldwin has a fairly strong personality in that movie?
Sure. I think, yeah.
And we saw some clips on that. Finally, you mentioned that the day 3, you felt good about how that went. And it was an amazing team of professionals, I think you said, that pulled together and did a good job. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think we had a very strong crew.
And Ms. Gutierrez Reed also performed very well that day.
Yeah, on that day I didn't take any issue.
Yeah.
I was happy with everybody.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
They did go easy on him. He didn't say anything extremely detrimental to Hannah. Said some things that were friendly to the defense theory. I will tell you that this witness, the way he describes the movie set, he's like looking through rose-colored glasses.
Further going.
And
Redirect.
I'll tell you that here after the redirect. Let's see if they try to get a home run out of this one and
Just
botch
briefly,
it.
Mr. Souza, do you recall a single scene that was going to be filmed in the movie where anyone was loading the rifle with ammunition?
No.
Do you recall a single scene in the movie that was going to be filmed where anyone was cycling ammunition through the rifle?
No.
That first question was asked and answered. The second one was good.
Further. Thank you.
Okay.
You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Mr. Joel Souza.
Can we approach real quick?
Oh, they're going to
But we're not
approach.
taking a lunch break.
What's that?
I hope we're not taking a lunch break. Is that what you said? The Joel Souza. First of all, his skinny tie, the fat part of his tie is skinnier than the skinny part of Mr. Bowles' tie. If you saw that, it was funny to see the perspective. Joel is done. He's out. Great witness. Very likable. Very even delivery on his answers. There was no hesitation. There was not like I'm playing for this team or that team. It was answered to the best of his ability and honestly comfortable doing it, which was good. But as I said regarding the rose-colored glasses, how he views everything, he describes the movie industry with the magic of someone who is fresh in the movie industry. The wonder, the awe, the amazement. If he were describing a trip to the outhouse on the set of Rust, he would describe it as smelling like a trip, a waltz down the pathway of Longwood Gardens. It's just he sees the good in it, which is great. It's an amazing characteristic. I think it was his baby. It was his baby. Just a Girl Baking. He wrote the story, not the part about Helena dying, obviously, but. Surprisingly, he wrote the part about the young child actor taking the gun and having to accidentally go off and kill someone in the script, which is, yeah. Anyway, nice guy. Really liked him. I think he focused very much on what he did and watching his his vision come to life. So some of the details about the production didn't really pay attention to that, but. Did spoil the plot just a wee bit for us, for those of us that have been waiting anxiously for the release of Rust. But very likable. Great witness. Great witness. Okay. Let's see. Next witness. They have not named who they're going to have yet. The judge said, I hope you're not trying to take a lunch right now. Mostly because I think the judge is eyeing the schedule. And we've had, between the delays of the jury coming in and technical issues, I think we're behind schedule. She hasn't told us that, but I'm getting that feel from her in that she's trying to push through and sort of catch up and not leave minutes on the table that they could use with the jury present. Today's going fairly smooth. We haven't seen a lot of fireworks. A little bit of tension on some objections on redirect. With the prosecutor is still ruling on the objections that come against her. She takes care of them and just disregards the fact that there's a judge there for that very purpose. And she's like, yeah, I agree with you, and I'm going to continue. And that was leading, so please answer the question. It's fun that way. But let's see, maybe Seth Kenny next. Or maybe they rest. What do you think? Do they say, well, let's pull the plug on Seth Kenny? Let's not risk it. Let's not risk the doubt, because there have been some, with a couple witnesses, we have some questions about Seth, and maybe that would muddy the water a little too much. Crazy Poodle Lady, welcome. Thanks for the kind words. Love that you're here. Have I missed any spicy bits? Not nearly as spicy as yes. I'll just say yes. You missed the prosecutor. We've heard the F-bomb in court before, and she took it the next step. She went further. She went further than that. And no, we're not going to talk about it in chat. And no, we're not going to put anything that represents anything related to it on the thumbnail. Speaking of thumbnail, while they're just talking this over, let me show you what we have. Let's see, it's MP1. This is the latest and greatest on the thumbnail. Get rid of the Alec Baldwin counter. You can see right next to the cat, we have a little signpost. It blends right in, but I think it fits the scenery quite well. We've added the directions all over the place. I think that's all. That's all we added today was the signpost. So that's good. That's good. All right, coming back. Here we are. There's our counter. What'd she say? I just joined. Girth, you're going to have to rewind. I warn you not to. But maybe move the snow bag up next to the courthouse, the outhouse. Ooh, great idea. It's going to be very, very small because it has to be a small baggie of snow. I don't know. I'll play around with that a little bit. I did move also moved the coffee mug over by in front of the gorilla. Let's see. Let me show that one more time. Oh, you can't see because this is in the way. So it's over by the cat and the gorilla. So we moved that because it hides behind the thumbnail how many minutes until we go live button overlay. Who said it? Prosecutor said it twice. And she enunciated every syllable. Every letter was clearly spoken deliberately for impact. Is the prop cart on the correct side of the church? No, probably not. I don't think so. By the time they get done talking, it will be lunchtime. It's 1:30 my time, so they're sitting at 11:30, which is early for lunch. I think the judge wants to at least get half an hour in. It's not like we take a longer lunch. It's not like we lose time here, but love the snow by the outhouse. I'll take a peek. We'll see if we can move that away from the church and up by the outhouse. It's going to be oversized, though, because the outhouse is small. It's way off in the distance because of the trail. And I don't want to make it seem like the snow baggie was out by the tax shelter tent. I'm not trying to insinuate that anybody on the production side was also a big fan of ice. For facing the church, prop cart should be on the right. There is so much stuff to move, C. Taylor. I just cannot do that. That's too much. I will delete. I'll end up losing the layering. It gets really complicated at this point. I think I've got like 50 different elements on that thumbnail, and they're layered all over the place and not grouped properly. And so I pray every time before I add something to the thumbnail in case I mess it up. Our door is open and shut like constantly. If you're hearing like a revolving door, yes. Ice is not Coke. Pretty sure that might be meth. This isn't my purpose. So I'm just saying snow and ice was what I was relating to. Ice is not snow. I've been corrected on my slang terminology from Mrs. R.A. has come into my studio and closed the door because she's tired of the kids running in and out and in and out and in and out of the house, which it's gone off like. Oh, they're bringing in food? What did he buy me? You bought me water? Can I have a water? When it gets here, it's the last thing to come in. Water's the heavy thing. No one wants to carry it in. All right. So will the Rust thumbnail be on a hoodie? Mike, I wasn't going to do a hoodie for this, but I do want to make, we'll make the thumbnails, and I think I'm going to go back on all our previous trials and make either a sticker or a digital download available of all the thumbnails from all the trials, even the ones where we didn't build the picture. Because I think a lot of people have expressed interest in showing having some sort of little collectible that they can assemble, or a sticker or a magnet or something that they could put on the fridge, where they can say, "I was here for that trial, this trial, this trial, that trial," and it's like it's like your resume, your true crime resume. So it adds to your creds. All right. Still waiting for the approach to be done. The judge wanted to move ahead, and we may be going to lunch instead. Nosy Rosie says I'm printing on a 5x7 and framing it. Can we have them just leave the door open? Is that a possibility, or is the cat trying to get in?
We've just really drilled into them that they need to close the door.
It's like a souvenir, but I also want it to be very, very affordable. I don't want it to be something that is expensive. A lot of this channel, I think an important part of this channel is that people can come here and experience it and enjoy the participation in the channel without feeling an obligation to spend money. And I think that's one of the things that makes this community fun and unique that way. Amy says, almost a year. Thanks for this great channel, the great mods, and great people. Thank you, Amy. And we had OG Sean White, who came up earlier and said, please start early. I have to make another trip to New Jersey on Monday. It's a 4-hour drive down, a 15-minute on-site to drive back for 4 more hours, and I'm not looking forward to this. So Monday we have to put in a good, solid 8 hours. I'm afraid, Sean, that the first couple hours might be a little lonely for you. DynaDuke420, love you, RA, chat and mods. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with Brandy for her trial. They had the verdict today, which is awesome. If you missed that, you'll have to pop over to Brandy's channel and check it out. And then Andrew C. also during the last testimony with a 10-month membership message. Happy Friday. We are all the way to the weekend. It's the real Friday, not the Friday Eve as well. So Super exciting. Let's see. Welsh law student, 4 months membership and 4 months until my finished degree. You're at the halfway part of at least the degree. You're a quarter of the way. Sorry, excuse me. I'm going to do math again. You're a third of the way to your Orange Courthouse. That's higher math, and I had to think that through and use both my fingers and my toes. Judy, we're going to have something to print, and we're going to make it as cheap as we possibly can. Ooh, people coming in. Who's coming in here this afternoon? He's got a bag, possible reporter. I'm not sure. Oh, we have water. We have Deer Park water. You done well. Thank you, Mrs. I called you Mrs. Yeah, but I'm ready to eat. I can't say Mrs. All right because I'm thirsty. This one has a hole in it. Is there a possibility to get one that's not faulty? Because it all leaked out the top. Oh, I feel better. That was much better. Reminder to hydrate. Ooh, we have a witness. Who is this? I'm guessing somebody on set.
Right,
Grip.
take your next
cameraman.
witness.
The state calls Emery Chacon.
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you just move a little closer to the microphone and speak into the microphone, sir?
There we go.
Thank you. Would you state your name?
Name is Emery Chucklin.
And
choke
in
collar.
October
Choke
of
collar.
2021, how were you employed?
I worked the front desk at the Inn at Santa Fe.
And during that same month, did you befriend Hannah Gutierrez?
I did.
And during your friendship with her, did you have an opportunity to be? Well, let me back up. How did you get to know Ms. Gutierrez through your work at the hotel?
Well, I work the second shift, so I check in guests. It's my job to be polite, friendly to guests. So being polite, friendly, started small talk.
Was Ms. Gutierrez a guest at the hotel?
Yes.
Do you know if other crew members from the set of Rust were also staying at that hotel?
There were other crew members.
And at any point in time during your friendship with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have an opportunity to be in her hotel room?
Yes.
And if you recall, approximately how many times would you have been in her hotel room?
Uh-oh.
Can't really recall. Maybe a handful of times.
Handful of times, okay. And when you were in her hotel room, did you ever take notice of any boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
And I want to be clear, are you familiar with guns and ammunition at all?
I am.
Based on your experience, were you able to determine whether the ammunition was for pistols or rifles or anything?
I saw what looked like maybe a couple of rifle rounds, maybe shotgun shells, maybe one pistol round.
And when you say that you saw the rounds, were they in boxes?
There were a few that were not in boxes, that were sitting on the counter in the room.
And to the best of your recollection, were any of the rounds that were not in boxes pistol rounds?
One.
One was a pistol round. Do you recall approximately when you saw, and let me ask you, other than the rounds that were not in boxes, did you see boxes inside? Did you also see boxes of ammunition in the room?
Yes.
And do you know whether the ammunition that you saw was real ammunition or fake ammunition for the movie?
I don't know the physical difference between fake ammunition and real ammunition.
Understood. Do you recall approximately when you would have noticed the ammunition in her hotel room?
It was maybe towards an evening. In terms of like exactly what day, I can't give.
Do you know whether it was towards the beginning of her stay or the end of her stay?
Towards the beginning.
Did you see the ammunition in her room on more than one occasion?
No.
Just one occasion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Boom, boom, boom.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ciccone, I think you said you were a hotel desk clerk?
Yes, sir.
And sir, what hotel was that?
The INS Santa Fe.
Okay. As part of being a desk clerk at the hotel, did you check Miss Gutierrez Reed in when she started her stay?
I did.
Now, you did not know her before that, right?
No.
So you just came acquainted with her from her being a patron and coming to the hotel and you checking her in to stay there?
That is correct.
You said she at the start of her stay is when you believe you saw the ammunition. What day was that?
I can't recall.
Do you recall if that was in September of 2021, October of 2021? Do you have any idea?
Maybe mid-September.
Late September?
About.
Okay. Okay, and you were up in her room. I know that you all texted, that you had texted Miss Gutierrez Reed, is that right?
Yes.
And did you go to a movie with her one time?
Yes.
Now after that, didn't you want to keep texting her and have a different type of relationship with her?
Quite possibly.
Okay. That's what you wanted, isn't it, at that time?
Not too sure how it would have worked out, but perhaps.
Okay. And it was pretty clear from her text back that that's not what she wanted to do, right?
Yes.
Okay. Over a period of time, you kept texting her, and she just quit texting. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay.
She ghosted him.
Now, I know that you said on direct that you can't tell the live ammunition from a blank ammunition, for example. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also probably wouldn't be able to tell a dummy round from a live round, right?
Correct.
Now these boxes that you had mentioned, do you remember what color they were?
I remember they were kind of a army green, hard plastic.
Hard plastic?
Okay, and you just don't know exactly what was in them or what they contained?
No.
Okay. And in late September, you're aware that the filming had not started yet for the movie, or do you have any knowledge of that? Okay. Do you have any knowledge of when the movie started filming?
No knowledge.
Okay. Gonna have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
The state calls Wyatt Mortensen.
Okay, so the poor kid gets called to testify that his advances were rebuffed. So we had Joel, and then Emery. Hotel desk. Now we're covering Wyatt.
Stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Wyatt Mortensen.
Like it.
Mr. Mortensen, what do you do for a living?
I'm a wrangler and stuntman.
Explain to the jury what it means to be a wrangler.
We take care of the horses on the movie set. We give actors riding lessons, and we make sure that nothing bad happens to the horses or anybody that's around them.
Were you employed as a wrangler on the set of Rust?
I was.
In your capacity as a wrangler on the set of Rust, how frequently were you on set?
Pretty much every day.
Okay. And in addition to taking care of horses, were you also in some of the scenes that were filmed?
I was.
And in what capacity were you in those scenes?
I would dress out and drive wagons or ride horses in the background. Some stunts.
Okay, great. Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea about your background and experience in the film industry as a wrangler and or stuntman?
Yes. I just got in the industry when I turned 18, which was 4 years ago. And since then, I've been working pretty frequently on 24 films, give or take. As a wrangler and stunts, I've worked with numerous actors and many different people that are big in the movie industry.
Mr. Mortensen, prior to working on the set of Rust, did you work on any other movies that had guns and armorers?
I did.
Do you recall approximately how many films you worked on that had guns and armorers prior to Rust?
About every movie I've worked on.
Okay, every movie.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us an idea of how many movies that would have been prior to Rust?
Prior to Rust, maybe 5, I'd say.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity while you were on set to see
All right, everybody,
Ms.
calm down.
Guttierrez
Let's focus on the
perform her
testimony.
work as the set armorer?
I did.
And was there anything about the manner in which she performed her work that caused you concern?
Nothing directly.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how she brought the guns and ammunition to set from the prop cart?
Just carry them by hand.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Nothing too unusual. No.
Mr. Mortensen, do you, hang on just one second. Do you recall an incident where a rifle was lost on the set?
I do.
Can you explain to us how a rifle was lost or what you recall about that?
We were doing a stunt in the middle of town, and after we were done, I was asked if I've seen a rifle anywhere on set.
Do you recall who asked you that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know whether the rifle was found?
I don't.
Mr. Mortensen, do you Did you ever take notice of guns and ammunition being left unattended on set?
I did.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you saw with regard to guns and ammunition being left unattended?
I seen guns and ammunition on a small cart that was left on the set periodically.
And when you say periodically, how frequently do you think you saw guns and ammunition left unattended on that cart?
Most days that we had guns.
In your experience with armorers on movie sets, did that seem unusual to you?
Yes.
And if you recall, or if you can estimate, approximately how long would the guns and ammunition be left unattended on that cart?
I can't truly recollect.
Sir, do you recall in this case having a pre-trial interview where you had to show up and talk to us about your testimony?
Via Zoom, yes.
Yeah, that's right, via Zoom. Do you recall specifically what you said during that interview about approximately how long the guns and ammunition would be left unattended?
I can't remember.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a transcript of our conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. May I?
Yes.
And if you want me to scroll.
He remembers now. Ask the question again.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Can you answer my question now?
Yeah. Close to an hour or so. Yeah, sometimes more.
Do you have personal experience with firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the difference between real firearms and replica or fake firearms?
If I'm handed one and I can see it closely, yes.
Do you know whether the firearms that you saw regularly left unattended on the prop cart were real?
Yes, most of them seemed real.
Okay. And when you say they seemed real, how would you know that?
Just because most of the guns on the movie set were real.
And did you see scenes that were filmed on the movie where the guns would shoot blanks?
Yes.
Do fake guns fire blanks?
No.
Okay, only real guns fire blanks, right?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, did you take note during your time on the set of Rust? Did you notice whether or not Ms. Gutierrez's conduct as an armorer with regard to handing firearms to actors and taking firearms away from actors when a scene was over? Do you recall taking note of that?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you noticed about the manner or how quickly Ms. Gutierrez would remove real firearms from actors when a scene was over?
It would depend on the scene and who the actors were.
Do you recall taking note that when a scene would be over, she would not immediately collect the firearms from the actors?
Yes.
Did that stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
Every other show I'd been on previous to that, the armor would hand the gun right before the scene and take it away right after.
And that was not Ms. Gutierrez's practice?
Not that I can recollect.
Okay. And, sir, do you have personal knowledge and experience with revolvers?
Fairly decent.
Do you recall taking note of the manner in which Ms. Gutierrez would conduct the barrel check of the revolvers?
There was a few moments that I did notice, yes.
Okay. But first of all, I want you to kind of explain to the jury what your understanding is of why a barrel check is done and how it should be done.
Well, from my experience, the reason...
You're on duty approach.
Sure.
Objection.
Who made the objection? I guess it was defense. It sounded like she asked the question and then immediately, oh, okay. So it was defense, the witness. The defense, the new defense lady, the new attorney is going to be the one cross-examining this one. All right. Is this stunt guy an expert now? He's an expert on stunt guys and wrangling horses. But he loves his job. It sounds like he loves horses and guns and getting to work in the movies all day. Must be a blast. No, he's only 22. He's young. He's like other people on this set. Fairly new to the movie world. He's done a lot of work because he's in demand as a horserer. So he loves unicorns. He's a horserer. He's just horses around on the set. I believe his dad was a very well-known horseman. Hey, a lot of people follow the family business. It's a way to get the foot in the door. It's not just for armorers.
Mr. Mortensen, let's proceed.
Objection overruled.
Did you notice anything that caught your eye about the way that Ms. Gutierrez would conduct the barrel checks?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you notice specifically?
I'm going to give him a sunburn. So
Can you
guys
describe
stop
specifically?
making comments about it.
Well, let me do this. Do you recall discussing this during the interview that we did with you over Zoom?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall exactly
There.
what
Is that better?
you said to us that day?
I think so, yeah.
Do you need to see it to have your memory refreshed at all?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know. We can tone down his skin color from being beet red, just mediocre, or maybe a little lighter. I like right in the middle. That's a good one.
Let me make sure I'm on the right spot. Okay. Which line is Carrie? 10 through 21. And take your time.
So 10 through 21, he's going to be reading for a little bit here. Got it. All right. Hold the answer in your head, because we're now going to ask you to regurgitate what you just read.
Mr. Mortensen, did that refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you answer my question now?
I can. So there would be moments on the set, and one that I can truly recollect was she took the gun from Alec and to check to see if the gun was clean, which there's a process that armors do, and
Can you tell the jury in your experience what that process is?
yeah, in my experience, you always make sure you check if a gun is clean or how many rounds are inside the gun, but what you can do is you open the cylinder, and this is speaking with single action pistols, and you take the cylinder out, and because blanks have a lot of debris that comes out with the gunpowder, you check the barrel sometimes to just see if anything is lodged in there, because that can shoot out with the gunpowder. And you open the cylinder and you can look down the barrel, and if the cylinder is open, it's impossible to be shot or anything bad happen, because you can see straight through and you see daylight through the barrel of the gun.
And what caught your eye about the way that Ms. Gutierrez did those barrel checks?
When she looked, the cylinder was closed.
And so in your experience, when she looks and the cylinder is closed, what would she be able to see?
Nothing.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, so he just describes a gun that is different than the firearm that was used on the set. To remove the cylinder, you have to remove the center pin. He described like a double action, different
Mr.
model.
Mortensen, isn't it true that you can see light through that barrel just by pulling back the hammer?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of? You're not an armor, are you?
No, ma'am.
And you've never worked as an armor on any movie, have you?
No, ma'am.
In fact, in the filming of Rust, you were a wrangler, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your responsibility is animals, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Horses,
Yes, ma'am.
donkeys.
No.
You weren't responsible for the donkey? I thought we heard testimony about a donkey. That wasn't you, right?
Not that I can recollect.
Okay.
No
And
donkeys.
in fact, during the Rust filming, isn't it true that you didn't even wear a real firearm? You had a replica rubber gun, right?
Not that I can recollect.
You don't recollect if you wore if you had a real firearm on Rust? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry.
I can't remember if I had even a gun belt on.
Okay. At any time when you would have a gun on Rust, wasn't it a rubber one?
Not that I can recollect.
So you don't remember if you had a real gun or a rubber gun on this movie set. Is that what you're saying?
I can remember holding both a live gun and a rubber gun, but...
On the filming of Rust?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in your direct testimony, one of the things I thought I wrote down that I heard you say was there is nothing directly about Miss Gutierrez's work on that set that caused you concern. Do you remember telling the jury that in direct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw these guns on top of that cart, you weren't right over the prop cart, right? You were further away from that.
Beside it.
Were you even able to tell if these were non-functioning or functioning firearms?
Not that I could tell.
Okay, so in your
It's a good cross.
have you ever seen on any of the movies you've worked on a part-time armorer?
Never.
And in this filming on Rust, was there a time when horses ever got loose?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that that was an extremely dangerous situation?
I'll object to... Oh, I'm sorry. Let's approach.
Uh-oh. Pointing the finger of blame, saying he did his job badly if a horse got loose. Witness is adamant that he was not the donkey wrangler. That was somebody else. He was strictly horse wrangler. Good testimony here. They've got him. Basically, they've made the jury believe that he had a fake gun and he thought it was real.
Mr. Mortensen, do you need me to repeat the question?
Objection overruled.
No. Okay.
That's just
so
to rub it in the
answer
face of the
question?
prosecutor.
Yes.
So, horses, it is a dangerous thing to have horses on set, right?
Yes.
And you were the one responsible for wrangling those, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall a time on Rust when you had a problem getting paid on time?
Can we approach?
Oh man, this attorney is new. They brought her on at the last minute. I'm not sure if she's from the same firm as Mr. Bowles, but they brought her on to replace Mr. Bullion, who was removed but is still there. He sits in the corner at the end of the table and shuts up and is ordered not to talk to his client, who is, I guess, sort of no longer his client anymore. So she was brought on sort of mid-trial. So I give her a lot of leeway as far as what she's doing. She's literally shooting from the hip on this one. Tickled Pink Music, welcome to the gallery. Thank you for your second month of support there. I appreciate that. Shouldn't they have had dummy horses in the corral? Maybe hobby horses? Why is she coming in so hot? Mostly because he's a very believable witness. People like him. You guys liked him. And he says things that don't make Hannah look good. And so now they're spinning that a little bit, trying to show his inexperience, show that he maybe didn't see what he thought he saw. And it will cause the jury to maybe discount all or part of his testimony, which would help Hannah out. So it's good cross-examination here, and they're going to try to get in some other things as well, because he was also an employee on the set. And if there's some issues where he was not happy with what went down on the set, they can just throw some more shade on the production company here.
Mr. Mortensen, I'll re-ask the question here. So do you ever recall a time on Rust when you had a problem getting paid on time?
I can't truly recollect.
Would it refresh your memory to take a look at your pre-trial interview transcript?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay.
Or your W-2, or what is it, your pay stubs? I'm going to be showing him this page right here, right there. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. I try to use as many gun terminology, colloquialisms. Why is that word not? Might not even be the right word, as I can. Little sayings.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So was there ever a time on Rust that you recall not being paid on time?
Yes, at the very beginning.
Okay. Just a second, Your Honor.
Hannah's got more. And just a nod from Mr. Bowles.
Two more questions. Maybe one. Or not two. Mr. Mortensen, have you ever testified in court before?
No, ma'am.
I want to be clear. Did you see guns left unattended on the prop cart after shooting scenes that involved the firing of blank ammunition?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
That is how you rehabilitate a witness.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
That was probably some of the best testimony.
Okay, we're going to take our lunch break. Please be back at 1:10. Okay, downstairs at 1:10. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise.
There goes our witness. He's out the door. We are done with the morning, the first half of the trial. So we're going to see where it takes us this afternoon. I think I feel a big finish. I feel the state winding down on their case. They're getting a couple last-minute punches in, some jabs, and then they need a big finish. I think if Seth's going to be the guy, I'm not sure. That might be risky for them to bring him in at the end. Oh, man. She can't be at the cart and on the set at the same time, and because she doesn't have an assistant. Lapse of pay when the horse got loose. It's funny how those two things... It's like the prison. The prison always has the inmate that escapes when the corrections department needs more funding. The timing of the two is just sorry. This is what happens when you don't give us the money. That's a $20 word. I think I used it wrong. I should probably stick to the $3 or $4 words. Missed some of the trial. Did Jensen ever testify? No. Let me look at, when you say Jensen, let me check my list. I don't see Jensen on there at all. So I'd say no on that one. All right, we are, as far as court goes, we're just, nothing's happening. We're just looking at the wall. So we're going to wrap up and have a lunch. I took an early snack. Mrs. R.A., she got me water, and she also got a rotisserie chicken from Sam's Club, which is delicious. If they could sponsor me as well, just send one hot rotisserie chicken a day. I'm sure that's, the dietary recommendation for consumption. But yeah, we've had some spiciness this morning. We've had some chat got a little out of control a little bit on this last witness, so we dialed it back a bit. Let's see. We haven't had any A-listers or the A team, the team one. We haven't had any of the big name actors on called as witnesses yet. I'm not a Supernatural fan. I just have a terrible memory, Don. Terrible. Anyone know if Hannah added her stepdad's last name for work purposes? It sounds like it benefited her because when we heard from, let's see, what was the name? Skinny tie dude. Joel Souza. When we heard from Joel Souza, he mentioned that he knew of her stepdad, and he called her out with that same name, with Reed on the last name. Lunch break. We're going to see everybody after lunch. Yes, we're going to take a break. We'll be back. If they're coming back at 1:10, we'll be back at 1 Mountain Time, which is, it's 2:15 now, so we're going to be back at 3 o'clock straight up. That gives us 45 minutes. I did the math on that one. No video of the actual shooting. There's some video that came right before it, but I don't think there is actual video of the event itself. There is a truck hanging off the bridge in Louisville, Kentucky. I got that alert. I'm watching it on my phone. Very dangerous rescue going on there. Hopefully the driver's pulled out before that truck plummets down, because I don't know how they can drag that thing back up. That's going to be rough. It's a big tanker truck. All right, I think that's it. We're going to be back this afternoon. More spiciness inbound for sure. I appreciate all you guys being here. It's a wonderful place to watch this. If you have not yet clicked the subscribe button, please do so. Click the subscribe button, ring the bell. Join us in this afternoon. We're going to have a lot of fun here in chat, as well as watching as the week concludes. This is day 7 of the Hannah Gutierrez trial, the Rust shooting trial in the Armor edition. We also, when you come back, you're going to see this right. Well, let's see, you're going to see this one right here. This thumbnail on the screen, which has our latest additions. We'll be listening to see if we need to add anything else to that thumbnail. But in the meantime, in between time, we're going to go take some lunch and have a break. You guys, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in about 45 minutes. We'll see you right here. First in chat, as always, wins the internet. If you want it to be you, I suggest you don't go anywhere and just go to my YouTube page and just keep hitting that refresh button until you see the stream, and then type fast. Type fast. It doesn't matter what you type. Just the first person in chat wins the internet. That could be you. Guys, have a good lunch. We'll see you right after. Bye-bye.